Strategy and Transformation Management 2023. Some housekeeping notes before we begin the session. Kindly mute your audio during the presentations. Any questions can be posted through the chat box via WebEx and YouTube Live. We shall begin shortly. Thank you. selamat pagi. Sawari Toncho, Ohio, Magandang Umaga. Hello and very good morning. It is a pleasant time to meet all of you again at Symposium on Strategy and Transformation Management 2023, Day 2. What a day yesterday. We had interesting sessions, and today I believe it will be much more from our invited speakers. On our first session this morning, we have Associate Professor Dr. Indrajit Pal from the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. Dr. Indrajit, are you there? Are you ready?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
All right, so Dr. Indrajit will deliver a keynote speech on strategy in risk mitigation and management. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Indrajit.
Hello, can you hear me?
The slide is ready and we can hear you.
Yeah, my voice is clear?
Yes, it is loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. So it's my pleasure. Very good morning to all of you. It's quite early. I'm presenting from India right now. So it's quite early, 6 in the morning. So this is my pleasure to join this great event. So I'm from Asian Institute of Technology. It's located in Thailand. I'm associate professor in disaster management and mitigation. So my primary activity is like to manage and to teach on the disaster risk. I mean, especially the natural disaster. But in this case today, I'll explain about how the institutional risk can be managed, and I'll also explain some case studies we have done. And in the end of the session, I'll share one paper what has been published out of these activities what I am presenting today. So this is my quick profile. Like currently, I'm handling a couple of projects on capacity development, on multi-hazard livelihood security and resilience in Mekong Basin, and also a large-scale project on from UK-funded Global Challenge Research Fund. There's also about 4-country project.
Dr. Indrajit, we are losing you right now. Sorry, Dr. Indrajit, can you hear us?
Risk indexing on coastal critical infrastructure that is primarily focused in Thailand and some other countries. On the climate, link is that I can stop my video for the time being. Maybe it will improve. Okay, so I'll start with some quick definition on what is the risk management in higher education. And the enterprise risk management is the process like we are talking about by which higher education institution plan for or mitigate risk to their institution. So there are different type of risk, and also that risk is actually changing over time. Um, so and there are a couple of slides maybe I'd like to share about the institution, like from where I'm speaking and where right now I am engaged, and how that institute is actually handled some of the risk, and how the students and staffs are also engaged in the activities. So I'll start with some of the key components of two slides on the interdisciplinary research. It is also one of the key area right now in the discussion globally, like why interdisciplinary research is important, and how it can be planned and placed. So interdisciplinary research is defined as a research that approach an issue from a range of disciplines, where the contributions from the various disciplines are acknowledged and integrated in providing the holistic and systematic outcomes. That means, like right now we have a specific department, so that means like we are working in silos, in specific specialized departments. But in some of the cases, due to the staff shortage or the interest or maybe some other aspects, um, it is good to have an interdisciplinary mode of research where various departments can come in and also contribute to develop some new areas. So one of the examples I'll provide you how AIT is running one of the interdisciplinary research program for last 10 years. There are a few key challenges and opportunities also in the interdisciplinary research. So there are potential for the novel, exciting breakthrough of real life relevance. Say, for example, like we are talking about the resilience and a different type of sustainability process. But few years back, there was no subject which is teaching about the resilience, which is also having any degree program on the resilience or related subjects. But now I think there's a very strong requirement or demand for this type of subjects. So in the interdisciplinary research, we can create this type of opportunities. Diversified portfolio and methodological tools, what can be also exercised. But there are a few key challenges as well. Difficulties in maintaining a research identity in specific times, and for the junior researchers, sometimes it's quite challenging to cope up with, to follow their career path. As I mentioned, like in AIT also, we practice one of the key interdisciplinary program that is like it's called disaster preparedness, mitigation, and management. That is a combination of engineering and social sciences. So these are the key areas actually we are teaching in that particular program. So I just quickly go through the program objectives. These are the few program objectives, like which through the various courses students are getting involvement and understanding. So actually, in that program, we are trying to put some theoretical aspects and as well as like practical components where students are engaged in the process. That means like these are the international educational footprint of that program, and that will provide you some understanding like how diversified group of students are actually getting trained in that particular subjects from our institute. So this is one of the key area what I believe and our institute is following, like to make this institute or the make the educational system more resilient to the different activities, different type of challenges. And I'll explain about one of the key challenges recently we have faced about COVID-19, during the COVID-19 and after the COVID-19, how the institutions are functioning and what are the key parameters also evolved. So there are quite a lot of discussions and engagement from international agencies. I'll explain some of the reports from PricewaterhouseCoopers, UK-based organization. They have done some of the experiment with the global institutions, and there are few findings. So I'll explain some of the findings from some of the organizations. So these are the few areas like steps in the direction of the capacity development of a particular subject, but as institutions also, IIT, we are following a certain extent to train the students so that if some of the components are compromised or maybe challenging during that particular time, so we can also switch to the different activities, other activities. So there are also student visit linked with the classrooms. Apart from the field visit, also we are engaging students with the exchange program, international exchange program. This is the exchange program with Japan. Another exchange program we have started also with one of the Chinese university. And this is one of the international activities program, large scale program where students are also heavily involved in 2021. And this is one of the project actually we try to understand the regional context of education, higher education especially, how the education is actually taking place in some of the universities. And there are about 30 universities. These are the universities are the partner to do this particular experiment or research on how the course curriculums are integrating with the Sendai framework and SDGs in Asia. We got a couple of good understanding and results. I will explain some of the case studies based on this project outcomes. My point of showing this current projects are like most of the students are also and the staffs are also engaged in the live projects. So they are also trained and getting experience with the changing world and changing dimensions. So these are all student-led activities. And we have a very significant contribution in COP26 and in the previous COP also. And we did some of the panel discussions after the COP as well. Now I'd like to explain about some of the key components where actually, as I mentioned, like global research is also has been done. The risk themes and the subcategories, like what are the subcategories we should consider for the organizational risk to understand the organizational risk. So one of the key component or challenges what right now is came up with the research from these international agencies are cybersecurity of the organization. So in this case, actually, what we have we can see like the failure to plan and invest in maintaining and enhancing the international and information technology infrastructure capacities and security is a big challenge. Like as we all faced actually serious situations 3 years back, almost for 2.5 years continuous on the cyber extreme use of IT for the teaching and the research. So I think most of the organizations are not very much equipped to the with the IT system or IT infrastructure. So this is one of the key areas like cybersecurity, like where we have to maintain like there are so many confidential information with the universities. So this is one of the key areas, unprepared and unable to respond to cybersecurity attacks. And we have seen like in UK universities, at least there are 15 to 20 universities. What we have received information like they have faced the serious challenges of the cybersecurity in their university website, in a university server. So this is a very big challenge. In inadequate data security system and process of an individual and organizational basis, such a successful cyber attack could occur and a serious breach of data. So as we know, like this is a very serious concern about the IT infrastructure and as well as data security for the university. Security related risk in internationalization, including foreign interference, theft of IP and the data. So these are the few areas like as we also as an international university experienced during the last 3 or 4 years in more stronger way. Like as I mentioned, like we have students from say like 30 universities, 23 university I showed that is for disaster management program, but as a university as a whole there are about 30 plus country students are participating in different programs. So in the point of concern is like when we are conducting online activities, the students are also uh, taking part online in the classroom teaching and other activities. So in that case, like the systems are open to the outside world as well. So, and I think the cyber security is also one of the key concern in our organization. Also, we have taken in a very serious note. If sufficient cyber and information security governance and practice is not maintained, then there might be detrimental impacts on the university's ability to operate and reputation and financial stability. So this is very, very much evident, and we have seen like during a very starting point of COVID, most of the organizations switched their classroom teaching to online teaching, um, and used like various type of softwares. Like right now we are using WebEx. People are also using Skype and Zoom and other type of softwares also. And each of the softwares we have seen like there are very, very different type of cybersecurity process, and it's also evolved during the course of time. Next point is like there are a couple of very, very key points or challenges. One of the component maybe I'd like to highlight like equality and diversity. This is one of the areas like really most of the organizations are facing and need to practice. Failure to deliver on an institutional approval access to and participation plan. So this is like when we are recruiting, recruitment of the students, recruitment of the staffs and the faculty members and others. So we also need to have more rationalized, like following the equality and diversity to maintain the system more fair. Risk of failure to deliver and inclusive educational experience. So this is one of the areas like we really need to be concerned. The next point is actually one of the key for the administrative groups of the university or organization, the financial stability, financial sustainability, and financial sustainability is not a short-term plan. So is a sometimes short-term and middle term and also long-term. So if we talk about the sustainability of the financial uh, context, then I think one of the key areas are the long-term planning. Failure to manage and diversify income or manage the cost base and level of investment, such that level of short-term cash flow, cash handling, and surplus are not achieved, leading to a longer-term impact on the university's ability to invest and deliver the strategy. So I think those who are at this point where we are taking decision at the institutional policy and the institutional financial health, so this is one of the key area. Like if we are not planning or diversify the income process and the cost base and the level of investment in terms of the infrastructure of the university, so so this type of problems may lead to a longer term issue. So I think this is one of the key area we really need to be concerned. Capital investment programs fail to focus resources on strategically important priorities. So this is also uh, say egg and chicken problem. Actually, capital investment is very much necessary for the university to focus on the various research, fundamental research. But if you need fundamental research, then you need a capital investment. If you need capital investment, you need large amount of funds. So this is, and for the large amount of funds, you need a large amount of student flow as well. So this is some extent and like is a cyclic type of problem. So unless and until you have a a secure capital or a seed fund or some grants, this is one of the key areas. Like really, most of the organizations are facing quite a lot of challenge. Then there are a few more points like on the financial sustainability due to the increase in the employer contribution to pensions and some other benefits. So I think this is quite a lot of points. So I leave this with you. Maybe there are a few reports also came up in the financial sustainability and also key challenges. I'll come up, go to the next point so that you can. Next is also like infrastructure, university estates, and capacity. I think those university having a campus, especially the large campus. So we know like this is one of the challenges for the universities or the organizations where we are maintaining a estate or the different type of infrastructure apart from the IT infrastructure. So this is one of the short-term and long-term plan which need investment. And this is again like we need a capital investment to maintain that university estates and capacity. And the lack of internal capacity to deliver capital investment programs sometime also having a longer issues. Say for example, like student accommodation, staff accommodation, some cases, and university lab systems, classroom upgradations. So all this and cafeterias and other places where students can have their place. So if adequate research and teaching infrastructures are not there, so then it also downgrade the system of the overall university's functionality as well, and it is definitely impact adversely in the teaching and research, and also reaching to the excellence of the university. So this is one of the area we also need focus. IT infrastructure, as I mentioned, like is also linked to the cybersecurity at the very beginning. So IT infrastructure is also more and more important and coming up in a very bigger way, like failure to meet changing and increasing demand of IT caused by increased cost and delays and supply chain challenges, leading to an impact on the business capacity. So it means like with changing time, we also need to improve our IT infrastructure to cope up with the different type of activities. Like a few years back, most of the universities do not need that much of uh, classroom with the hybrid system. Means like with the webcams and high resolution camera and other recording facilities and large spaces of um, of the drive in the cloud system. So this type of things are not very much required at a couple of years back. But I think with the time passes, like we need to improve our IT infrastructure, and like IT infrastructures are also not for very longer term investment, because each of that time, most of the is a thumb rule is like IT infrastructure. If we develop something, may sustain for 5 or 6 years, and we need to upgrade in 5 or 6 years. So that means you need a large amount of investment to improve your IT infrastructure. So this is one of the area like we need to plan accordingly, because IT infrastructure is not for very longer period, whatever we are investing, like other type of infrastructure. Just now we mentioned about university capacity and estate. So organizational change is one of the area, like I think those who are at the management of the organization. So I think we know in a very strong way, like um, we need to change the policy and plan, also need the functionality of the organization with the changing time and the demand. So this is the organizational change. There are few components of the organizational change. One is operating model. What type of operational model will be effective at the current situation? That need to be decided. So this is like failure to ensure that our operational model is is effective or not effective, which is also supporting our academic teaching and research objectives. That is one of the key areas, like how the organization will function. The risk that ineffective challenge management, change management, and particularly around the university system. So this is the areas like where we can identify that the areas like which of the areas are at risk in the organization, and then accordingly we can take measures of that um, particular systems or particular gap. To handle that organizational change, actually the partnership is also a key factor. So also the partnership is also another point, like failure to manage the impact due to the potential change in partners for international campuses. So as we have understanding, like many of the universities having international campuses or campuses in the other country, or even within the country, there are many campuses like UITM having the similar type of operational model, like having a large number of campuses across the country. So we need to have like the partnership with maybe in the country level involvement. We need the country support or the ministerial support. Our reliance on a single geographical region and the country, it may be sometime vulnerable to the system because the country's political and geopolitical and economic factors also playing a major role to improve that university system sometime. So, and now comes one of the key area where all of us are actually very much concerned. There are few examples of the UK related universities. Student recruitment for the university is a big challenge and big task actually, and one of the major tasks I believe for the university staff and administration as well. Um, if the university fails to sustain the recent growth, the student number, and the market demand, there might be a serious budget deficit, right? So this is one of the areas I think all of us know, whether it's a public university or private university, especially the private universities and semi-private university, which is partially supported by some of the international agencies or the government. Failure to have an appropriate portfolio, attractive perspective. These are the challenges actually. So this need to be improved time to time as per the demand of the time. So failure to optimize the university international partnership, presence, and enrollment in light of the changes in UK international government policy. So this particular point is actually coined based on the UK university system. But anyways, like this is one of the key areas like where I think Asian universities also need to focus. A few key points in the end, like research is also greatly compromised, like some cases, like also we need to take care of that to keep the name of the university or the portfolio of the university and the ranking of the university as well. So failure to strengthen the research culture, quality of research and standards, and specifically the outcome of the research and output of the research, that is actually a key factor for the university to make a place for the further growth. Failure to forge a strategic alliance and academic partnership is also the key areas. Insufficient research grant funding to deliver critical mass of world-leading research. So this is also one of the area like where I think all major universities are focusing, like how much research grant you are actually capturing or you are securing. So that's the reason actually I started with some of the project activities, like where we are training the students what is the meaning of the international project and how the project looks like and what are the activities inside the project people are doing. So students during their activity also are exposed to the various type of projects. So it will also be helpful for the not only for the students, also for the research team to train them and also get the trained manpower as well. Policy engagement, failure to anticipate and understanding and respond to significant changes in the external policy environment. So I think policy is also changing not only at the university level, and also university is governed by the respective uh, ministerial policy as well. So I think we also need to take care about that. Like in the external policy, sometime like not developed or managed by the university system as well. So this is particularly sometime like the Ministry of Education is the primary group who are actually deciding about the curriculum and the process and other things. So maybe I think this is one of the things we need to anticipate or to link with that. Changing nature of education, including the government-led changes to undergraduate and postgraduate teaching quality measures. So this is also, I think, we all are aware about this. It is not very much fixed or with the government policy. So I think with the changing nature of the pattern, so each 4 or 5 years or 10 years, respective governments are also changing their policy, educational policy especially. So, okay. As I mentioned, I will explain one of the small case study what we have done. This is a practical activity what we have done to understand the transformative adaptation in education system for COVID-19 pandemic. So we are talking about the different risks and different challenges of the higher education institution. So we have done a small experiment like how actually the transformative adaptation in the education system itself is actually taking place during that serious impact of the COVID-19 and how it has been functioned. So this particular study analyzed the impact of COVID-19 in education system and challenges in Asian countries. The study is also focused on the perspective of the student, teachers, researcher, uh, parents, and policymakers. The study is limited to the economic knowledge and behavioral factors. The study also presents key issues of virtual education system in Asia and region during the pandemic. So we'll get some understanding and idea how actually practically it is connected. So these are the few results or the background information like 40% the Asian populations are living below the poverty line, because when you are talking about the digital education or transforming to the digital education, so whether our society or our community is ready to handle this or ready to accept this. 44.9% of Asian population don't have access to the internet, right? And COVID-19 is becoming a clear threat to the education of the Asian population, because if we don't have internet access or good internet access, then I think online education system or virtual education system might be a big challenge. So these are the primary objective. So we are trying to understand the critical challenges faced by the academic institutions. And primarily, the first objective is to explore the perception. So let's see. We have done this research with the mixed methodology. First, data collection with a few qualitative assessment, then online survey has been done with 116 participants, and 4 objective questions and a couple of open-ended questions. It was very short survey, but we get some very quick and interesting insights. These are the key questions actually we asked, not too long, so that we can get some understanding how the educational group actually thinking. What are the most relevant impact of the institute confronted due to the COVID-19 pandemic? What are the key challenges you faced during this educational transition? Because during the COVID, all of us know, like suddenly our education system transform or change, or the paradigm suddenly shift from the in-person teaching system to the online system. Although the institutions are not very much ready to handle this, most of the institutions, and even not only the institution, the teachers also, all the teachers, or I mean the I should say, like a large extent of teachers are not very much trained to handle the digital way of teaching. At the same time, the students are equally facing challenges. So these are the few key questions actually we started. What kind of support should be provided to the academic institution? Um, for effective teaching and leading and learning practices during and after the pandemic, because the pandemic process also sustained for more than 2 years, 2.5 years, more or less. How academician uh, and the subject expert support education recovery in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. And then also we asked for the share your personal experience, how COVID-19 impacted your learning and teaching approaches and behavior. And any other information? So that's a open-ended question actually. So these are the few responses. As I mentioned, like the most relevant impact your institute confronted due to COVID-19 pandemic, we got like very significant inputs from the students, like field visit and lab-based research was greatly compromised. Like there are many um, streams or the research which cannot be done virtually, right? So this is these are the research areas actually greatly compromised. Some of the areas like can be covered by virtual system, but many of the cases it's not absolutely possible to uh, manage virtually. So this are the areas actually field visit and some of the educational system also research also compromised. A loss of educational days. So this is also most of the people also believe like there's a loss of educational days. Post psychological effects. So I think we all faced some type of issues like there are death all over and also in a confined room you are spending 24/7 with a different type of teaching and other activities. Inaccessibility to the online education. So we also got like almost 40% response, like where people are saying like their online system is not very much accessible or is not very good. And delay in admission because many of the degree also delayed due to various reasons. So I think if the semester times, I mean the intake of the semester is also very much fixed month of the year. So if there are delay in the outgoing batch, obviously there was delay in the semester start as well, and many of the students faced a semester break sometime in during that period. Key challenges faced during the educational transition. Uh, so most of the people actually believe like a lack of teacher-student networking because there was no in-person contact. So even some of the students don't know the teacher, and some of the teachers also for the large batch is very difficult to attend one-to-one or understand or know one-to-one on the other side. So this is also one of the key areas people faced. Field-based research also they believe like was compromised. Non-access to the physical laboratory. So there are many other points as well. So let's quickly go through some of the other results. So these are the questions. Also, we got very interesting response, like support type required by academic institution for effective education provisioning. So we checked like a specialized training program for teacher faculty members on online teaching techniques. So as I mentioned, like all of our maybe in classroom teaching teachers are very good. So not necessarily the same teacher will teach equally good in the online system. Maybe the teacher is not very much conversant with the online system. So there is no problem from the teacher side, but we need to train that particular faculty or teaching staff or even the official staff on online teaching system or that online teaching process. Say for example, not only the teachers, also the online file handling of the staffs of the universities, um, creating virtual academic subject support group. So this is also very much required, I believe. Like we need to plan some group who can have like support on the digital system or online teaching system, and also non-teaching activity as well. So the second part, if we see like way to mobilize expert for education recovery during COVID-19, like short-term courses, online regional education discussion circle. So we, from our university side, we try to do a lot of webinar and some of the activities as well virtually to boost up the models and also provided some insight to the students. Now there are some discussion point like accessibility and affordability, as we mentioned. Like people are maybe interested, but there are difficulties in managing electricity, lack of access to the internet and devices. So if we think about switching the university teaching system to completely online or hybrid system, we have to consider a lot of things before completely switching to that type of process. COVID-19 actually one of the key example or key threats we have faced, all of us. So that also a big learning. Psychological and physical health impact. This is also one of the major concern. Is a version or quote from a teacher. Like I miss my whiteboard and curious faces of my students, and have started to feel irritated on online teaching. I personally also have the same feeling actually. I believe like many of us teachers also having the similar feeling. For the student, it's tough for us because we have to sit in front of a computer for a long time. So my head, eyes, and back, everything hurts. So this is a student version. So this is also true actually for the teacher as well. This is one of the area like home learning environment, space for learning, number of family members, enrolled, available devices and household uh, uh, I mean chaos as well, and chores. So I think this is the thing. This is the problem or challenges we all face, maybe or not face some of the cases. Like we have not considered like if there are 5 family members uh, and 5 members are engaged somehow in the office system or the school system. So each of us need a system. Means like 5 person need 5 laptops or 5 computers to connect, and a very good internet connectivity. And not only that, we also need 5 specific spaces to have a specific discussion, right? So I think this is one of the areas like big challenge on the space as well, especially in the urban system. Home learning and online learning need to be addressed more contextually, aligned with the social practices. So in each of the social context and areas, it may not be very effective. So we also need to be considered about that. Uh, Participating, practicing for home learning might adversely impact the potential growth of the student from lower income families. So this is because lower income families, maybe students are not encouraged sometimes because of the many other challenges, and there might not be very strong uh, learning environment as well in the household area. So some more points like virtual learning sometime also weakened the student and student teacher networking and bonding. Education in Asia is still practicing the teacher delivery methods. There is a need like I mean like in Asia, self learning part is little bit of less compared to the other part of the world. There's a need to look at pedagogy and learning methods and teaching capacity and teachers delivery process as well, because all of us, most of the teachers are trained in delivering in the classroom process. So pedagogy and everything, teaching learning methods and everything has been developed accordingly. So if we switch to the online system or adapting an online system or a hybrid system, maybe we also need to change or revise the pedagogy and also the learning methods. So adult learning and changing learning culture. So virtual learning has attracted all sections of the people in the learning practice. So in the digital platform also, it says, so one of the positive part is like many of the person who are already engaged in different employment, so they can also do some degree online and remotely. And adult population also participating in the short-term and regular courses. So these are the few positive part, like what we have seen and in the changes during this time. Many new online programs are also introduced. So this is the conclusion out of this particular case study. We need for agencies, institute, and experts, and the government to come together and create better opportunity, a way forward to build resilience in the education system. Maybe we need to adapt this online process, but with a few cautions and context and the capacity improvement. Agencies must prioritize addressing the current demand for effectiveness of the virtual education, a rapid and thorough assessment to confirm and identify the most pressing issues and necessities. Government ought to lead and fulfill the need-based request of the academic institutions. So this is these are the few key conclusions what we came up from the case study. And I'd like to also mention a few partners like with whom we are working actively. And now in the end, I would like to also announce our also invite this whole group to Thailand to attend a series, conference series like we are successfully organizing for last 6 years. So this is the third international Symposium on Disaster Resilience and Sustainable Development. This is a big networking event, place last year, 2021, we had to do it online, but this time we'll do offline. Doing try with that in December. We are expecting any of this group to see in person. With that, I'd like to thank and conclude my session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Indrajit, for your sharing. So, what I can take up is that we can see a wider view of race. Okay, to name a few, we have cybersecurity, we have research fundings, policy engagement, IT infrastructure, and also financial support. Okay, so we do have some questions, Dr. Indrajit. Okay, I'm looking at the chat box here on WebEx. So the first questions, Dr. Indrajit, it seems learners are divided. Some enjoys e-learning and the other do not. What is your take on how to handle this divide in the most effective ways in terms of quality and cost? What do you think about this?
Yeah, thank you. So this is a very, very nice question. Actually, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so this is a very nice question. And we do face the similar type of challenges. And my suggestion or maybe my experience on this particular context is like when we have done like at least for AIT, I am also doing hybrid class until the last semester. Even this semester also I'll be doing. and many of the students even didn't come to the university at all for last 1.5 years even, right? So the your point is like how the online teaching is also required at this point, because many of the places, say for example, our students are staying, some students are staying in Africa, some of the country maybe not very good to travel right now, but they still can attend the classes and they can still continue their education. So online system is very much required, but maintaining the online system and the in-person system at the same time in the process of hybrid is really challenging for a bigger class. Larger class, like if the student number is increasing 20 plus, then it's very difficult to maintain these linkages with the student. As I pointed out during the discussion, like one-to-one discussion, one-to-one connectivity with the students is very much required. So in the hybrid system, if the student number is a large batch, is very tough to maintain, because many of the times many of the students online maybe feel isolated or not connected with the actual classroom. So this is the challenge. Maybe if we can handle, depends on the university system. Maybe if we can divide the whole batch, like one could be completely virtual, another could be completely online, if possible. Then I think in my suggestion is it's a better option, because hybrid is always challenging to maintain the equal pace with both the groups.
Right. Okay. Thank you for your response. Okay, another questions that I have here. What are the mitigation actions if we were to face unexpected risks once more, such as the COVID-19?
Yeah. So that's why, like I gave two process, like the points I quoted is from one of the report of the higher educational institution disruption report 2023, recent report, what I quoted. And another case studies actually we did immediately after COVID, like how students and the teachers and parents actually face challenges during the COVID in terms of the education process, delivery and also receiving both. So as for the question, like if we face similar type of challenges in the future, how we will handle, right? So I think now got some idea like how to manage the house, or those who are not very much, I should say, like digital literate. So digital literacy is also very much required for the students and teachers to maintain. So my suggestion is like since this is a lean time, like there is no such type of big global disaster right now. So I think we can improve our capacity to handle this type of, we call preparedness in terms of the disaster term. So we can prepare ourselves, we can improve our capacity in terms of the IT infrastructure development as minimum as possible, like to handle the next level of things, and also equip ourselves, especially to cope up with the situation. Means like if situation comes, we can completely switch to the online system, but we also need to be equipped or trained, like to handle the system. So I think the capacity in terms of the manpower capacity as well as the infrastructure capacity need to be planned beforehand, so that we can handle, because during that time we cannot change or cannot improve the capacity. So we need to prepare now.
Right. So thank you for the response. And we have another one questions on the chat box from Dr. Muhammad Ali Ahmad. So what should people or persons should do to support the agenda instead of government supports? What do you think about this?
You mean like other than the government support, how the system will function? That is the meaning?
I believe so.
Yeah.
If
Yes,
we
yes.
have our own
So I
agenda
think
and the government support.
right. I do agree. Like, and also in my discussion, also I put one specific point on the financial sustainability, and the financial process or the management is little bit different for the public university and private university, right? So I think for the university we need to have at least secure some of the core funding to continue, like whether it's a government funding or non-government funding. At least we need to secure some core funding to maintain our basic infrastructure. Like it could be our regular infrastructure and as well as the IT infrastructure and the baseline staff and management. So I think we really need to ensure or secure some of the core funding. Whatever is the source depends on the university process and the country's policy as well. Many other places like the country government is also supporting some of the university at some extent, even with the non-public university as well, in different terms. Maybe providing the land with a very low rent or no cost to the private university, or having a waiver of the tax. So there are different type of process. Maybe the country is practicing, or maybe the university can also negotiate to with the particular government or the particular how we can enhance the core funding to maintain the university process. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I think this is the final questions for you. The after effects of COVID-19 has resulted in the change in our lifestyle, such as work from home, hybrid mode of teaching, and also increased cases of mental health. What is your comment on this?
Yeah, so this is also, I mean, came out our through our experiment as well. Um, like, I mean, online system, like if we are, it's good and bad both, because right now if we are away also, say for example in this particular event is entirely virtual, and many of the people are also participating from different part of the world, so it is good, but at the same time it's also very much taxing, like but we have to address some of the places, like uh, I mean, for the students, especially, like the virtual class sometimes goes very long, uh, and for the teaching staff also sometimes, like say for example, I for this particular case, like I'm in a different time zone, 2.5 hours away from Malaysian time zone, so I have to wake up at 5 o'clock to start this event. I mean, right? So this is okay. I mean, so these are the few things we have to compromise in some parts, and this is a part of the system. But for the mental health, I think, as I mentioned, like this is a big challenge. Maybe we need to switch, and since there is no COVID, move outside at least for a moment and get some fresh air and come back. So that's possible. But during COVID, it was really a big challenge. We cannot go out that time, right? With the different restrictions of the
Okay, so Dr. Indrajit, first, I would like to thank you for joining us this morning, very early in the morning. So right now, what is your time right now?
It's 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. So here we are already 9:30, almost 9:30 in Malaysia time. So thank you very
Yeah,
much for your sharing and response. So hope to see you again maybe one day here in Malaysia.
yeah, sure. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure. Yeah, thank you so
All
much.
right. So thank you very much for joining
Thank
us
you.
away from
Bye.
Indonesia, from India. Thank you. Okay, so let us move forward to the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, our session continues with a theme from Pillar 5, highly involved industry and community. So for that purpose, we have a distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Hari Haji Abdullah, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Industry, Community and Alumni Network ICANN, University Technologi Mara, Malaysia. So, Prof. Hariri, are you there? Are you ready?
Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Yeah.
All right. Okay, we can hear you, but with slow volume, I think.
Is it slow volume?
Okay, much better now. Okay, so Prof. Hariri will be talking about institutionalizing KTP and TTP through community engagement and outreach.
Yeah.
So please welcome Professor Dr. Hariri.
Let me share my slide first.
All right.
Can you see it?
Yes, we have your slide on the screen.
Okay. Okay. Firstly, I would like to say thank you very much to all the organizer who have given me a chance in this symposium, and we're honored to share of what we have done in UIT, Deputy Vice Chancellor Office. And the title that I'm going to share with you today is about the institutionalizing the KTP and TTP through community engagement and outreach. KTP stands for a knowledge transfer program, and TTP stands for the technology transfer program. Just for example, maybe not familiar with the acronym. So actually, I'm coming from the office of ICANN Industry Community and Alumni Network, in which this is something that I'm going to share about the way forward, where how we empowering new possibilities through our collaboration with the industry, community, alumni, sustainable community network, and also the collaboration that we have done. But however, for today, just to go along with the topic and to go along with the pillar 5, I'm focusing only on the community engagement that we have done this year. Okay. Oh, hold on. My slide is not moving, I guess. Is it moving?
Not yet. You're still on the title page.
Mm. Oh, not that. That's fine. Supposed to move.
So enter is not working.
Yeah, it's a bit like.
As
Yeah, you got it.
okay. Yes, we have the next slide.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, in under this office, we are engaging ourselves with 5 different things, which is number 1 is about the community. So community and how we empower the community, and then next we involve with the industry. We elevate the industry through intellectual that we have in UiTM, either the student, the academic, non-academic staff, and as well our alumni. Further to that, we have the Alumni Network Center, how we energize our alumni engagement. So in case of the alumni, it's not about just getting the support in terms of financial funding from them. Quite important also is about the knowledge transfer, technology transfer, how we bring those into the classroom. And further to that is about the Sustainable Community Development Center, in which the witness in the ICANN office, we are focusing on the animals, the plants, and also the forest preservation. And further to that, it's all about being efficient. It's about the graduate employability. So in this manner, actually, how we enhance the graduate employability is very important to us, as your ATM is representing almost 40% of the total graduate employability for the whole country. Next. Whatever project that we do in your ITM, number 1 for us is about the visibility of the university itself. So this is the main focus that we have share across our the responsibility centers, as the campuses, the faculties, as well. Also, we share across with the our new college. We got 4 colleges now, and we have 3 center of excellence involved under the ICANN office. So there are 3 things we are looking to ensure that whatever project that we done that involve with the community, how we can contribute to World University ranking, and then also under the GC, how we can contribute to the MIRA score. And this is where we're going to go along with the theme of the university when we're talking about last year globally competent, this year globally marketable, next year how we can make the ourselves become globally respectable, and further to that, in the year 2025 we become the globally renowned university. Yeah. So this is where we're heading, and I think every netizen in the university must understand this. They must clear with the vision for whatever project they were doing. It's not about the KPI, it's not about the PI, but how we're able to ensure that the result or the outcome based from the project does benefit whoever involved in the project, regardless from the university side, the collaborators, and also the community that will gain the benefit from the program every day. Okay, next, how the community empowerment been done through the ICANN office. Yeah, so quite important that we set our vision is to strengthening the community through social innovation. So the project that we involve is not about just for the sake doing the project or something like university social responsibility or CSR project. But most importantly, what are the results that coming from the program and how we can maximize and utilize the result either from the classroom, either from the our collaborators who may share some experiences and what they have done in the professional practice, and also how the community itself gaining from us or something that we can gain from them or learn from them itself. So in this manner, therefore, we have said that number 1 is how we can facilitate the community needs. This is something very important to understand what actually the need of the community, to understand what are the weaknesses, what are the strengths, what are the things. In other words, so like a SWOT analysis that need to be done to ensure the project that we're doing is something that really, really impactful project. Number 2, about the community building by bringing the people together. So the definition of community in ICANN is wider. So it's not only focusing on the B40, it's not only focusing on the poor community, but we also define the CEO, we also define the decision maker also part of the community. So how we mesh those community one another and how we engage those community that will also contribute in sharing in the form of technology transfer, knowledge transfer, as well maybe partly in the income value rather than just purely the financially support for the program. Next, about the community social economic enhancement through the impactful project. This is something quite important when we say impactful project. So we are not doing the project in between the university and the community, but the involvement with the local authority, involvement with the state government, the involvement with the government and the government agency. And this is where you can see the impact when people are willing to come and to share a certain thing, you know, in terms of supporting the project. Also, how we measure the impactful project by measuring through, for example, last year we have done quite a number of projects, and what is the number of our staff of the responsibility center have bring in their project to be under the MIRA. So they engage the project to be under the star rating project. That's how we measure how impactful the project. Next is about the deliberative dialogue across society's differences. This is quite important. Although your ITM meant for the Bumi Putra, but we did the project across Malaysia. So we call it the Satu Malaysia. And lastly, as I mentioned earlier, about the UITM disability engagement. So this is something that's quite important. Yeah. Okay, next. I see my slide is not moving. Okay, so in this manner, actually what we did, quite importantly, we have come up with a formula to ensure whatever that we did will get through to the impactful project. The formula is quite simple in Can 3, 4, 5, and 6. But I only share with you today only 2 formula, the 3 formula, which is the network. Find the network, and then you engage. And most importantly, how to make sure our project can be sustained. Sustained in this manner is not that one-off project. We've seen that when we did the analysis from the previous year, most of the project is a one-off project. For the sake of fulfilling the KPI, MPI, and also fulfilling for the what we call it ATP for the our staff, to go to the higher level. So in this manner, I think when we say the network, the engagement to sustain the project that not only happen in that particular year, but how we can bring those projects to the following years. It's good to have a project that can continue for the next 3 to 4 or 5 years. This is the thing that we actually encourage currently our community in the UiTM itself to ensure that we can do this in a better manners. Okay. Number 4, when we say 3 and 4, 5 and 6. So for the 4, the strategy that we have is the COEE. Find the collaborators. So from the collaborators, and then you identify what are the beauty of them, what are the strengths, what are the opportunity that you can find from the collaborators. So list down the community, so we can divide the community not only to 1, but can be 3, 4, and 5. Engage yourself. Most importantly is about the execution of the project. Many of our community, we find out in the university, they engage, but the execution not to what they are supposed to be. Okay, next. To ensure that every project is a high impact project, it must be the intelligent thought in the program itself. So when we say intelligent, can be in 2 minutes. Number 1 is the people who involved in the project, and number 2 is about the what kind of project that you need to do, and to what extent the project can reach the level. If talk about the commercialization, it's not at the level 5 or level 6, but we must reach to the level 9 or level 10. So the product is ready for commercialization, or you enhance the product that already be commercialized. So we thought about the comprehensive planning. Data-driven approach is very important, because through the data, and then we can share with others, and to make people believe you with the evidence that you have provided to them. And number 4 is very important as well, about the effective communication. So we have to be very active, not just waiting for people to come. We have to go out and communicate with people, see them, and find what are the potential project or program that can be done with the community and also the collaborators. Validation rather than generalization. This is also quite important. So when we say validation, mean we bring ourselves, we bring our heart. And when we have to make a decision, we have to improve the quality of the thought that we have. So it's not about just thinking about to complete our project, but what are the value that you can bring into your project. And lastly, about consider participant usability. Okay. So the whole project, we call it project UiTM. In other words, mean by project UiTM is that the University Initiative Transformasi Masyarakat, or in English, University Initiative Transforming the Community itself. So this is a program that we did across the whole system, ICANN, and across our faculties, colleges, as well the campuses. And further to this, among the program that we run in the community, we scale down the program. We call it the Knowledge Transfer and Social Innovation Engagement and Research Unit. In other words, mean kasih. Kasih in Malay, but in English mean love. So how we bring our love, how we bring our heart. So when we have to make a decision differently to improve the quality of life, the quality of neighborhood, that is where we are living in. So actually we must be part of the community. For example, when we have a group of lecturers from the Faculty of Hotel and Management, about 30 of them, being with the disabled community for 3 days and 2 nights, stay there and to be part of the disabled community, and you're able to understand, able to bring yourself into the event itself. Yeah. So this project, we call it knowledge transfer and social innovation engagement and research elite. Although in other words, we call it CASE, as I mentioned earlier, because in this project, we divide it into 3. Number 1 is about what kind of services that you can bring to the community. Number 2 is about the engagement. So a different type of engagement that we can learn in the community. And then lastly, quite important is the empowerment. When we say the empowerment, we train them, we have to trust them to deliver back, and we have to do the checkup of the program. So as I mentioned earlier, it's about the sustain the project. You got the network, you engage, and you sustain. So the community empowerment is very much related to how we ensure that the project will continue from this year to the following year, or maybe every 3 months or every quarterly, that we can do that. Yeah. So in this manner, therefore, next, this is the criteria how the CASIS community work for the ATM. So actually, this program, when we say CASIS, is to bring the community in your ATM, engage themselves, and involve with the community outside. So in this project, actually, we try to cultivate the inner part of the community. We know that some of the community in the university reluctant to involve in this kind of program because it's not being considered, or it's not being given a mark for them to include for their performance, for yearly performance evaluation. So, but alhamdulillah, at the end, we're able to include a certain mark for you to be a part of how we evaluate your performance for the particular year. So we have underlaid, there are 5 things, to involve in the CASIS community. So we have to go through the scanning, we have to go through the evaluation, and in fact, in this project, we did provide some funding, and thank you, I must say, from the Research and Innovation Deputy Vice Chancellor Office, and also from the Academic Vice Chancellor Office, and also not to forget from the Student Affairs Deputy Vice Chancellor Office, who help us to give some funding to ensure that we're able to run this program, where we have set about 20 projects altogether. So number 1 is about the knowledge transfer, and also the technology transfer in this program that I will share with you later on, the example of it. Why we need this program? Because it contributes to the times, the impact rankings, for the Myra, the Stara. Those are the things that needed. That's why everything is not just for the sake we put down the criteria, but how we match those criteria with what needed for the university. Number 2 is about, again, the sustain of the program. It must be a long-term project. Number 3 is about the research element. So we encourage the project is not for the sake of doing the project, but how you correlate those to be part of the research grant, to be part of the research that end up with the publication. Another thing is about the quadruple helix. So involvement not necessarily only 2 or 3, but must be from 4 different angles, from different collaborators that involve with us. And lastly, of course, the as I mentioned earlier, about the impactful project, the positive impact of the project. Okay, next. This is among the program that we have done with a community tuition. So through this project, we involve both with the knowledge transfer program and also the technology transfer program, whereby the involvement outreach to more than about 500 students across a different school and across a different region in the country. And but most of it we are focusing on the Selangor, and some we have done to the different state as well. So through this project, we involve quite a number of collaborators that supported us through the technology, digital media. They also support us with the technology gadget, and also in this project, the involvement of the student who willingly to come and to share their experiences, to teach the school children, and where we started from the primary school and also the secondary school. Next, further to this, again, how we maximize the intellectuality of our youngs influencer, which is our own student, with the support coming from the Medsis education. Yeah? So through this collaboration, we did the online content purposely for the primary school. Yeah, and in this project, as the attempt student become the education young influencer. Alhamdulillah, the involvement was amazing, and they come up with a beautiful video, short video. Some become part of the TikTok, and this is partly that we have shared and we utilize or maximize the engagement that we have done with the TikTok to deliver the knowledge to the student itself or the school children. Okay. Again, another project, we call it robotic, where we give in the exposure and involvement of the school children about the drone and the robotic. And our focus is the children in the Kuala Lumpur, in the Chowkit itself, where Chowkit is the area some of the students not focusing on their school. Some they didn't even go to the school. But we're able to bring 40 of them be in one place. They got the a center there, and this is where we share and try to bring the interest about the importance of education. And Alhamdulillah, with 40 school children involved in the project, we have next coming up to quite a number of programs, not only to involve with the drone and robotic, but we bring in other things that may, to ensure that they're able to put their interest into the project and to ensure that they involve themselves with something more beneficial than just hanging around without nothing. And further to this, yeah, this is something quite interesting where we did with the community in the flat Gombak Setia. So partly it become the U4S, or we call it University for Society Program. In the short form, we call it FISEN. So a financial independent strategy for community entrepreneur. So the involvement of numbers of collaborators in this program is quite amazing. And most importantly, if we refer back to the CASE program, this is where we work together cross discipline. They are intellectual of our staff that coming from the engineering school, some coming from the business, the accountancy, the applied science, some coming from the School of College of Creative Art. This is the kind of thought that we wanted our community, where you bring a different intellectuality across discipline, not into a territorial program. I can hear what sounds there. Okay, and another program also quite important. Okay, back to the project just now. What we did actually, we involved with the 24 entrepreneurs, small entrepreneurs in that particular population, and with this entrepreneur, actually, we help them, assist them in terms of their businesses. So we have a different module to support the program, and we help they're able to increase their income, yeah, maybe from 3,000 to 5,000, from 10,000 to 15,000. And this program is not only one-off. Again, we did the checkup quarterly to see how they're able to improve themselves. In this project, we involved with the knowledge transfer as well as the technology transfer, whereby every entrepreneur be given a tab, yeah, by the Huawei. So this is the thing that we hope we're able to help these people going off from the poverty, and one of part of the 17 SDG that we focus in the community project. Okay, further to this is again 2YAP, I mean 2 years exit program, where we again help the B40 or the poorest people to involve in the business. So in 2 years, by monitoring the program involvement with the social department, this is where we're able to help about 20 entrepreneurs to bring themselves out of the poverty. So in fact, they are the ones who help to give a job to others through their businesses. A Do Good Challenge is another interesting project where we received total funding last year about 1.5 million, and in the form of in-kind, and we've been receiving about 70,000 from our collaborators as a cash money. And this cash money, we give 8,000 to 5 top winners and 30,000 for the 4 winners or the main winners. And surprisingly, of the 50,000 boxes or prize boxes, a gift box, we give to the student and the community. We receiving 7,200 a proposal from the participant. And from this 7,200 proposal, it's not an easy job to scale it down until we got the top 6. Yeah. So from the the top 25, and top 25 we reduced to top 15, and from the top 15 we reduced to the top 5. And alhamdulillah, in this project actually we asked the student to come up with a proposal how they can involve themselves with the community. Once we get the proposal, we did the evaluation, and the top 5 winner, we let them do the project in 1 month, and we choose the best of the best. And again, alhamdulillah, following for what we have last year, they continue this project with the JVC and also Malaysian Youth Club. And this year they are giving us another 1.3 away by believing for what we have done, the benefit that came from the community through this project. And this year we make sure again, every project must be involved with the presence of lecturers in a way that we want to ensure the, again, technology transfer and knowledge transfer be embedded into the program. So, and lastly, inshallah, in August, we intend to have a conference on the sustainable development for the community empowerment. Maybe you can join us through this conference. So you can bring together the project they have done, share with us in this platform. And we extended the program actually to 22nd to 23rd of August. We thought of doing in July, but the time is a bit too short. So extended to the 22nd to 23rd of July. So I think in this manner, we welcome everyone. And of course, you cannot run away from the challenges. So for the project like this, the challenges that we have is different kind of challenges, but whatever it is, you have to face it.
Sorry, Prof. I need to interrupt. Okay, we are running out of time.
Yeah.
So can you please try to wrap up so that we can proceed with the questions and also the next speaker. Thank you, Prof.
Sure. So consider how hard it is to change yourself, and then you understand what is the chance you have to trying to change others. So this is the thing that I think we have to see this as part how we're going to be part of the community. And with that, I would like to say thank you very much.
Okay, so that is the end. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Okay, so let us go straight away to the questions that I have here, because you are discussing about the community engagement. So the question here is, what are the difference in community engagement programs pre and post COVID-19?
Again?
What are the difference in community engagement programs pre and post COVID, before COVID and after COVID?
Okay. Of course, they are a bit different. Unfortunately, during the COVID, working with UiTM, I was with the Malaysian Design Council, being seconded there. But I can see that again, bringing to the same manners, yeah, where during the COVID time, we did a program, quite a number of program online. And we can see that in 2020, the number of programs is about 500 plus, and they're involved with the community. And 2021, it's about 646 program. Coming to the year 2022, drastically rose to 1,430 program. So I believe the COVID itself doesn't stop us from engaging. So we still have able to share our knowledge, to share our technology, the online system, I guess.
Right, okay, one last question, Prof. How we can create sustainable community surveys that able to increase level of living of B40 to M40 and T20?
Okay, a number of programs have been conducted through different agencies by the government itself. So in at the university level, we must take this opportunity through 24 ministries that we have through the government. And in this program, actually, you can choose either to be involved in the agriculture, to involved in the small entrepreneur, and in some program, in fact, to involve in the startup program. So I would say I will answer this in general because there are a program that we did successfully through the agriculture program. For example, maybe I can share the one that we have been done by the UiTM Sabah, where they get about 7.5 million through the Traju grant. Yeah? So they bring in the community and the student from the B40 to involve in the project for to be with them for another 5 years. And in this project actually is about the chili fertigation. So this project be monitored from the beginning to the end. So for me to answer the question, simple word is make sure that we have the monitoring and effective communication. It's not just for the sake of doing the project. We leave them for 6 months and then coming back, and a lot of things may happen in between.
All right. So thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Hariri, for your response. And thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you to everyone and thank you to the organizer. I hope that's something that able to benefit the listeners about what I've shared today. Thank you.
All right. Welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us move forward to the next speaker. Continuing with the same theme, we have with us Miss Mary Pauline A. Jans from University of St. LaSalle, Philippines. So Miss Pauline will share with us amplifying service learning in higher learning institution. Miss Pauline, are you there?
Yes, good morning. Am I audible?
Morning.
Am I
Yes.
clear?
Yes,
All
we
right.
have you loud and clear.
All right.
So, without further ado, please welcome Miss Mary Pauline.
All right. I would just like to ask, is my presentation clear? Can you see everything?
Yes, we have your
Okay.
slide on the screen together with the presenter view.
Oh, okay. Let me just share. Let me try sharing it full screen. Just a moment, please.
Right, take your time.
Okay, how about this?
Okay, only your slide on the screen now.
How about this one?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. All right. Okay, so maayong aga sa inyong tanan. Good morning to all. Especially to our organizers today, to our esteemed guests and speakers, whom I'm for sure we have learned a lot, and to our participants across the globe who have convened with us today in the symposium. So again, I'd like to introduce myself. I am Mary Pauline Adelantar Hanse, and I'm a food technology instructor at University of St. LaSalle, Philippines. And today I'm here to discuss to you on the relevance of amplifying service learning in higher education institutions. Okay, but before we delve into the core of our presentation, I would like to present to you the topics or the list of topics that we're going to tackle as we move along. So the first one is going to be a closer look at the definition and importance of service learning, followed by the basic principles of service learning in higher education institutions. And third would be the tips in service learning implementation. And lastly, the process of service learning integration in food technology courses. Okay, so as you take a look around you, the global landscape is ever evolving, much so our civilization as a people, because definitely we're ultimately headed towards a growth in progress. However, it's not easily attainable. Like, I mean, growth and progress isn't a walk in the park because we have to implement transformative changes in all sectors, particularly the field of education. where students here are molded and they're also shaped to become ready for the 21st century and the years to come. So right now, it is just not enough to learn all skills or any skill, but what we strive for here is to learn skills that people need. And that is why I'm showing you, okay, a diagram on the 21st century skills that our students must embody in order to excel, okay, in this digital era. So the 21st century skills are classified into three. So we have foundational literacies that will refer to how students apply core skills to everyday tasks. It's leaning towards their technical capabilities and capacities. And the skills would include literacy, numeracy, scientific literacy, as you can see over here, ICT literacy, financial literacy, cultural and civic literacy. And if we move forward, we also have competencies, and these would refer to how students approach complex challenges. Okay, and this is, I believe, one of the most crucial skills that should be learned. So that would include critical thinking or problem solving, creativity, communication, and collaboration. And lastly, we have character qualities, and these would refer to how students approach their changing environment. So, as universities or as institutions, we're not just here to develop the intelligence quotient of our students, but rather we have to form their emotional quotient, their social quotient, and most importantly, their adversity quotient, right? Because life is full of challenges, and it's either you make it or you're either pressured, you're going to break when life throws boulders at you. So we really want to train our students to become resilient and also adaptive and flexible. So the lists under the list of skills under character qualities would include curiosity, initiative, persistence or grit, adaptability, leadership, and social and cultural awareness. So I've highlighted or boxed some skills that are definitely related to what I am going to discuss today. Okay, so the most important question right now here is how do we nurture globally competitive students in the 21st century? So the entire session of the strategic management symposium, okay, was incredible. It's very life-changing, it's inspiring, and I believe you also have acquired key takeaways from the strategies that were discussed. But on our end at University of St. LaSalle, one of the most remarkable strategies that we have implemented is going to be service learning. And service learning over here is an educational approach. It's a pedagogy. Okay, it's a supplement to classroom instruction, right? And to summarize it, service learning is a flexible teaching approach that highlights experiential learning among students while creating community-based solutions. So service learning, as a matter of fact, is structured, yet at the same time, it's flexible and it requires careful planning and research. Okay, and service learning here follows an action and reflection cycle. That is a non-negotiable because service learning exists because of the integration of academic content and at the same time integrating deep and critical reflection through the experience. So by doing this service learning or by incorporating it in our curriculum or in our classes, what would happen is our students would test, okay, their mastery of the concepts or theories learned in class while at the same time alleviating the conditions and even the situations that their partner communities are having. So reflection here indeed is crucial, it's vital, and it's a non-negotiable. Yeah, it has to be there. And the good thing and the beauty about reflection is it allows our students and it permits them to engage in self-introspection in such a way that they're going to understand themselves better. Okay, and at the same time understand the needs of the community and how they can actually contribute to the empowerment of their activity. Okay. So as we move on, service learning, as what I've mentioned earlier, is about a flexible educational approach. It's a pedagogy that applies experiential learning. But we can also describe service learning by what it is not. So service learning isn't just about internships or field education or volunteerism or even community service. Although service learning definitely shares key elements from these activities, what sets it apart from what I've mentioned is that it has equal focus on both academic as well as service goals. Okay, so in service learning, there is what you call an integration of academic content through service, and it promotes a head, a hand, and a heart approach. Okay, so now we're done defining or describing service learning. Let's now talk about the key components of service learning. So service learning here is an interplay, okay, or an interconnection, at the same time, an amalgamation of three things. So we have course content, meaningful service, and critical reflection. And critical reflection over here happens before, during, and after the implementation of service learning. So it doesn't just happen on a particular activity, it happens prior, during, and after the entirety of service learning. And who are the key people involved here? So service learning isn't a client-server relationship. All right. So in service learning, the students, the instructors, and the community partners are working hand in hand, okay, in order to mutually benefit from each other. So that is why we our partners, we call our communities as our partners and our colleagues and collaborators. And we're not instilling the idea of a server-client relationship here to our students and all the organizations involved. Okay, so why is service learning so important? Why is it so significant? So I have summarized numerous reasons or several reasons here that we can ponder on. So the first reason why service learning is so important is because it promotes knowledge retention and better understanding of academic content, which is true because as what I've mentioned earlier, service learning is a supplement, okay? Is a supplement to classroom instruction or even distance education. And the most important thing about service learning is it allows our students to test their comprehension, their mastery of the concepts discussed, okay, in class through service. And another importance of service learning is that it develops students' sense of being. There is self-introspection during this stage. It's also going to develop the students' maturity and leadership skills. Third, it creates proactive nation builders. So the earlier we expose our students to service learning, the more resilient, tolerant, and socially responsible they become. So it's going to be a win-win experience for all of the parties involved. And for our students, it's going to become a service learning is going to be a part of their holistic learning. And that's what we're aiming for. It's going to be holistic learning all the way. Another reason why service learning is important is because it fosters intercultural and interpersonal relationships, and lastly, forms strong and robust linkages among academic institutions, service agencies, and partner communities. Okay, so now that we have finished discussing the importance, the definition of service learning, let's now talk about the paradigm shift in academic instruction. So conventional educational system would mainly focus on the head and the hand approach, which focuses on producing skilled labor force, and that highlights the generation of material success. But in my case, I'm indeed, elated. Okay, I am indeed elated to live in a day, okay, or where in a time where service is at the core of the instruction. Okay, so currently we are practicing a head, a hand, and a heart approach. And that means we are nurturing compassion and community involvement without compassion exhaustion. And that would eventually lead to the development of agents of change through our students and our graduates. Okay, so now let's talk about the 4 basic principles of service learning that's being implemented in higher education institutions, particularly University of St. LaSalle. So we practice 4. The first one is going to be engagement, and in the engagement principle seeks to find answers to the following questions. Like, does this service, first one is, does this service benefit all of the community? Was the community consulted? What are the boundaries between the community and the institution? The next principle in service learning is going to be reflection. So again, as what I've mentioned, it's a non-negotiable. It's a vital part of service learning. So what method can encourage students to link their service experience with the course content, and why is it imperative to provide this service to the community, and how will it shape your learning? Third is reciprocity. So it's actually an exchange of, let's say, ideas and at the same time projects that would mutually benefit all the organizations involved. So it seeks to answer the question, did all stakeholders, including the community, students, and teachers, benefit from the service, and how? So community, teachers, and students are colleagues here in service learning. They're not servers and clients. And lastly, this is the most exciting part, that's going to be public dissemination. Okay, so this seeks to answer, is the service presented to the public by direct or indirect means? So the public dissemination principle would usually focus on the culminating activity that's going to be implemented at the site, okay, or at the community. Okay, so I have summarized here the steps in service learning implementation, especially in your courses. So the first step here is to identify, okay, before the start of the semester, the courses that you would like to be integrated with service learning. Okay, and then during the start of the class, or let's say the first day of class, you have to orient the students or the class regarding the course objectives and a gist, orient about the gist of the service learning program. You could introduce what the service learning program is all about, the principles, and how to carry it out. And as you move to the mid, okay, to the mid of the semester, or as you progress throughout the semester or near the end of the semester, you have to reflect on what can be offered that aligns with the course objectives in the theories learned. And the activities here would include in-person or virtual orientation and discussion, class and individual reflection. Okay, and the deliverables here would be journal entry. For step 2, okay, after accomplishing the first step, let's move on to the second step. And the second step requires inquiry. Okay, so we're going to inquire and assess the community needs through your institution's social development center. So at University of St. LaSalle, we have our social development center, which is called Balayan, and I'm very grateful for them because the facilitation of community linkages is easier with them around. Okay. However, if you don't have that, you could actually conduct an actual community social investigation. So the activities involved here would include ocular visit or site visit, student-driven project management, class and community consultations, and class and individual reflection. So the deliverables here would be journal entry. After accomplishing step number 2, what we can do next is to finalize and validate the target community, what the goals that you're trying to achieve, both academic and service goals, and what exactly are the activities that you're going to actualize or materialize. Okay, so activities would include site visits again, or structured activities, student-driven project managements that would include formation of committees by the students, okay, or even delegation of tasks. Okay, it would also include class and community consultations once more in class and individual reflection. So the deliverables here would include reservations and journal entry. So reservations in what sense? Reservations in the transportation, perhaps, reservations of the equipment that they're going to use during the public dissemination or the final culminating activity. Okay. And the last step is to implement, okay, the programs and activities with the partner organizations or communities. So what are involved here? You are going to need structured activities here and culminating activities based on the course objectives and class and individual reflection. So here at University of St. LaSalle, or here at our university, we often submit, okay, or create or produce these projects. So we have discipline-specific projects and demonstrations, social media campaigns and or advocacies, journal entries for the students, and at the end of the culminating activity, we have to submit the service learning portfolio to the Balayan, or the Social Development Center. Okay? Okay. So I hope the steps, okay, in implementing the service learning, they're clear. I hope everyone got that. So let's talk about one of the most interesting parts, and that is the adoption of the pedagogy of service learning at University of St. LaSalle. So how did it happen? Okay, so it was adopted through the implementation of Christian Service Learning Program, and it was an institutional mandate that was introduced in the university in 2000 by the United Board of Christian Higher Education in Asia. And it was integrated into courses by some faculty members in 2004. And it was initially spearheaded by the Mass Communication Department. And what they did for their CSLP was to promote literacy programs to the villages that they're partnered with. And it was followed by the political science department, and they have conducted, let's say, voting awareness campaigns, at the same time, gender and law advocacies and campaigns. The nursing program and the nursing classes were also able to do this in the form of health profiling and, giving talks on the community and how they can manage their weight. The marketing students were able to, discuss the different ways on how to conduct income generating projects, like how to even produce belts, wallets. Okay, they also introduced financial literacy to their adopted communities. And in food technology, we have conducted a plethora or various product demonstrations and safety trainings to our partner communities. Okay, So why is there a need for a Christian service learning program? So this was introduced so that it would be aligned to the LaSallian mission, as well as to the LaSallian core values of faith, service, and communion in the mission. And lastly, it should be aligned to the expected LaSallian graduate attributes, or ELGAs. So these are the skills, knowledge, and attributes that our students must form inside the university or even after they graduate. So they have to be critical thinkers, effective communicators, and socially responsible Christians. Okay. So how did we incorporate CSLP in the food technology program, or specifically in our food technology classes? So we still followed the steps on how to implement this. And then, as what I've said, we really have to identify the subjects that are going to integrate with service learning. And then you have to do the orientation. So since CSLP is a continued program in our classes or in our discipline, then that is why you can see here a reorientation slide. Okay. So you always have to conduct an orientation at the beginning of the semester. And after you have conducted that, we are going to abide or adhere to the principles of the Christian Service Learning Program: engagement, reflection, and reciprocity. And lastly would be public dissemination. So let's start first with the engagement. So how did we go about this? So the engagement principle refers to the start of the partnership and matching of community needs with course discipline. So in this stage, as you can see, our students in the specific classes were able to send correspondence to the Balayan, or the Social Development Center at University of St. Lasal, and they have addressed their concerns. At the same time, they have raised on which community they are targeting. Okay, and during this part, okay, they would also talk with their fellow classmates, okay, about the things that they plan on doing. And just last month, okay, last June 6, 2023, the student representatives or the class representatives, together with the social development center and the village counselor, okay, they were able to conduct this ocular visit at the site, okay, at Barangay Pahanokoy or Pahanokoy Village at Bacolod City, Philippines. So as you can see here, this is Miss Bonnie. She was actually collaborating and at the same time conversing with the representatives of the partner community. And as you can see here, here are the student representatives that went out of their way to talk, okay, to our partner communities, and they have also inspected the site. Okay, they are going to conduct their needs assessment. They're also check the site of the possible trainings that would happen at the culminating activity. So they just checked what needs to be done and how could they, okay, how could they inspire, okay, our partner community. And after that, we have adhered to the reflection and reciprocity principles. So reflection suggests the mechanism or the activities that would encourage students to link their service experience to course content and to reflect why the service is important. Reciprocity, on the other hand, is focused on, doing mutually beneficial activities to both the class and the community. So what I did here was create journal prompts for the students, or reflection prompts for them to think about and to answer. So one of this would be was the engagement, okay, principle, specifically the findings and documentation of their ocular visit at their target community. And it was followed by a series of journal entries, okay, or journal reflections. So here are just some of the questions that were given to the students or to the class. So why is there a need for Christian Service Learning Program? How can you contribute to your partner or adopted community given the findings of the ocular visit? And what do you propose on performing during the final presentation? And discuss. Okay, so this is important. Reflection is important even before and even after. okay, the activity. Okay, so based on their reflections, based on their ocular visits and engagement activities, the second,
Miss Pauline, sorry to
yes,
interrupt.
sorry, yeah,
We are running out of time, so
okay.
maybe you can shorten up your next line after this.
Okay, so how many minutes do I have? Sorry.
Maybe 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to I'm going to discuss this really fast. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So after the reflection and reciprocity, this second year food technology students were able to agree with their partner communities on conducting food safety trainings and banana chips processing demonstration, while the third year food technology students were able to agree with the community by conducting food packaging and labeling training and calamansi or Philippine lime concentrate processing demonstration. Okay, so during and after the CSLP, okay, the students were able to streamline or narrow down their reflection into three. So according to them, it's going to be personal development. So they said that assisting them increase their awareness on their personalities, ideals, and values. Connection, okay, so they have said that interacting with people who have the same interests and goals like we do helped us communicate effectively. Okay. And lastly, action and impact. They have said that they have realized how vital it is to serve and lead with the heart and mind during our whole CSLP experience at Barangay Pahanokoy. So at the end of the day, it was fulfilling to see the smiles in the faces of our partners whom we aspire to inspire. And lastly, this is the most exciting part, public dissemination. Work is presented to the public or made an opportunity to enter into public dialogue. So I have just added some snippets of their training materials and at the same time their reinforcements during the said activity. So they prepared program flow, and this is a documentation of the food safety training by the second year food technology students and the food packaging and labeling training by the third year food technology students. And in the afternoon session, the food technology students, specifically the third year, were able to conduct calamansi concentrate processing demonstration while adhering to quality and safety protocols. Okay, as you can see, here are our partners. They're trying out the calamansi and they're also highly involved in the process of making it. And it was followed by a banana chips processing demonstration by second year food technology students. Okay, and here are their smiling faces. Okay, and I have also added that the students were able to create and disseminate training manuals that they have created and I have modified. And after all the partners have attended the activities, they're going to be awarded with certificates and were given evaluation forms. And from that evaluation form, we have these feedback. So generally, they're positive comments regarding the CSLP. Okay, so before my presentation comes to a close, I'd like to share with you 3 truths to live by according to Mr. Prim Paipon, who's a notable University of St. LaSalle one of the most notable University of St. LaSalle alumni and the executive director of Asian Institute of Management. He has said that dreams are more powerful than poverty. Service is never an act of sacrifice, but a privilege. And no dream is greater than dream for country. And that is why we have to dream big. And I have to take the Philippines with me. And I hope you do the same in your country, wherever you may be. So together, we aspire to inspire. Thank you very much. And for queries and clarifications, you may email and connect with me through this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Miss Pauline. What an interesting sharing on service learning implementation. Of course, we need to dream big, right? Okay, so we have one question for you. Is the service learning program at University of St. LaSalle sustainable in terms of strategic and targeted community, or you have a different community for every single program?
Okay, that's an interesting question. So, currently, I mean, like in 2019, the University of St. LaSalle, through the Balayan Social Development Center, was able to forge, relationships with 8 villages or communities. Okay, and that's through memorandum of agreements, right? And then each discipline, okay, or each program can have a different community. However, based on our experience last time, we were able to partner with a community that was also a community of the political science department. So it's okay because it's actually practiced in our university, the multidisciplinary service learning concept and pedagogy. So yes.
Right, so I think that's
Thank
all
you.
the time that we have with Miss Pauline Hanse. Okay, I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, it's Hanse. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you
Yes,
for
thank
joining
you.
us this morning. So let us move forward to our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen. So we have Dr. Donat Gamis from Indonesia, Universitas Andalas. Dr. Donat, are you there?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so we can hear you loud and clear. So Dr. Donat will share with us on Entrepreneurship Incubator Program. So please welcome Dr. Donat.
Thank you very much. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning, everyone. My name is Donat Games. I'm from Department of Management, Universitas Andalas. I'm an entrepreneurship researcher. So basically, I'm interested in a startup, small business innovation, and including business incubators. So I also the head of business incubator in Universitas Andalas from 2017 to 2018. So it means that my presentations come from my entrepreneurship background and my experiences as the head of business incubator. So the title of my presentation is University Business Incubators and Low Tech Startups, the case of business incubator Universitas Andalas. First of all, I want to let you know about the context of Indonesia, which is very interesting, in my opinion. As you may know that Indonesia has 270 million people. It's a lot. And more interestingly, more than 50% of the Indonesian population come from young generation. We call this demographic bonus, right? And this means that the demographic bonus refers to the abundance of young people that might potentially increasing productivity. So theoretically, with these facts, we can safely say that Indonesia can benefit from young generations, the abundance of young generations in Indonesia. But there are some interesting facts as well. For example, in Indonesia, we have 64 million micro and small businesses. That's a lot, right? That's a lot. 64 million micro and small business units. So, but only 2.5% of the Indonesian population can be considered as entrepreneurs. There must be something wrong then, because we think that more small business, more entrepreneurs. The more you have small business, the more you have entrepreneurs, which is good. But unfortunately, this is not the case. We have so many micro and small businesses, but we are lacking entrepreneurs. For these reasons, I think this is very important for Indonesia to have young generations who want to enter business world as entrepreneurs, the real entrepreneurs. And I also want to let you know about the context of West Sumatra. Universitas Andalas is located in West Sumatra, one of the provinces in Indonesia. And interestingly, West Sumatra can be considered as a source of entrepreneurs in Indonesia. We have 5 million people, 600,000 micro and small businesses. But again, it is worth noting that we have the same issues. We have a lack of the number of entrepreneurs. One of the most interesting facts about Minangkabau is the majority of ethnic groups in West Sumatra is that Minangkabau is loved to migrate, merantau, or voluntary migration. This is very important. This represents open-mindedness, openness to change, and this is very important to have these characteristics to become the real entrepreneurs in Indonesia. These are also some characteristics of Minangkabau ethnic groups: 100% Muslim, minority ethnic groups in Indonesia, 5 millions compared to 270 millions. We can be considered as a minority ethnic group. Matrilineal society. This means that women have inherited ancestral properties such as land and houses. This also means that women have similar opportunities to enter business world or to become entrepreneurs in Indonesia, in West Sumatra. Interestingly, most of the entrepreneurs who come from West Sumatra province, they focus on these 3 types of business: foods, handicraft, and fashion. This means that they focus on low technology type of business. So they are low technology based entrepreneurs. So what is the link between the context of Indonesia and the context of Sumatra and the role of business incubators? So I argue that the first and foremost, the most important role of business incubators in West Sumatra in Universitas Andalas is how to transform traders into entrepreneurs. So I differentiate between traders and entrepreneurs. Traders represents short-term perspective. So as you may know that Minangkabau restaurant or Padang restaurant are everywhere in many countries, including in Malaysia, I think. Restaurants, handicraft, and fashion represent short-term perspective because you sell foods and you get the money, and it represents short-term perspective. In a broader sense, entrepreneurship is about how to create innovative venture combined with an ability to seek opportunities and risk-taking abilities. In other words, to be able to be regarded as entrepreneurs, you have to have at least 3 main characteristics that are risk-taking behavior, innovative behavior, and opportunity-seeking behavior. This is very important. What is lacking in the context of Indonesia and West Sumatra is this mentality, this spirit. We have 64 million, as I mentioned previously, 64 million small and medium enterprises units, but we only have 2.5% entrepreneurs. The second role of business incubator is formulating strategies. So in my paper, I find that most of the startups have limited resources. And on the other hand, innovation is very costly, and there is no guarantee that innovation implementation can lead to profitability and sustainability. So it is very important for business incubator to assist startups in formulating strategies so that they can help startups to innovate. Because as I mentioned previously, they have limited resources, they have limited capabilities, they have there is no guarantee that innovation can lead to profitability. But on the other hand, innovation is very costly. So in order to assist startups in this regard, incubators need to formulate strategies to work together with startups to formulate strategies in dealing with technological innovation in particular. The third role of business incubators, or the ideal type of business incubators, is business incubators need to help startups in terms of commercialization strategies. As you can see on the screens, I divide these strategies into two. The first one is incubator services, and the second one is incubators aspirations on commercialization strategies. And in incubator services, for example, incubators need to provide basic service. In incubators need to provide training, coaching, mentoring, business matching. On the other hand, I also found that some tenants in business incubator Universitas Andalas aspire to have like regular business brainstorming. Brainstorming is very important for them. They mention about at least they need like 2 times brainstorming monthly, and marketing and branding strategies, business model, target market, and market validation, real business practice. This means that they want like not only success story but also failure stories, so that they can benefit from the stories. So in other words, our startups want to have like commercialization strategies, because we agree that the most important phase in startup stage is commercialization. In order to survive commercializations, you need to assist these tenants, these startups, by formulating strategies that appropriate that fulfill their needs and wants. I also identify that the next role of business incubator. Business incubators needs to assist startups surviving a crisis. We know that pandemic crisis, for example, is an unprecedented crisis, and our startups need to survive difficulties during crisis and post-pandemic crisis. And in this case, I found that most of the business incubators, including business incubators in Universitas Andalas, forget about one thing, that startup owners or startup co-founders also need to deal with psychological factors, psychological states, such as fear of failure. So basically, business incubators need to help them by finding a balance between fear of failure and entrepreneurial well-being, entrepreneurship well-being. During crisis, or even during a post-pandemic crisis, for example, I found that most of the startup owners experience like afraid of the fact that they are potentially unable to survive difficulties during crisis. They are afraid that their business ideas are not working. They are afraid that they cannot fund their venture, and they are afraid that they are unable to adopt new technology, e-commerce, and so on. They are afraid that they are not able to attract human resources, for example, to adopt the technologies. To social esteem means that they are afraid that they are not appreciated by the people surrounding them. So, in other words, business incubator also need to focus on psychological factors especially during crisis. And this is one thing that is forget it. That is like we don't pay attention to this situation. As I mentioned previously, some research have focused on entrepreneurial fear of failure. For example, Keciotti in 2020 have found several dimensions of fear of failure: ability to fund the venture, potential of the idea, threat to social esteem, opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is strongly related to work-life balance. During crisis, you need to deal with like work-life balance issues. You need to balance between work and business life, something like that. And financial security is also important. Interestingly, I also found that fear of failure can be motivating, can be demotivating. So our startups or our tenants in business incubators need to see fear of failure as motivating rather than demotivating. So I argue that in this case, this means that we need to have business incubators need to have selection, recruitment that can assess future entrepreneurs based on their psychological factors. And I think this is very important because as I mentioned previously, entrepreneurship is basically about mentality, about spirits, risk-taking behavior, innovative behavior, and opportunity-seeking behavior. And these behaviors can come from particular individuals, and particular individuals can have these particular characteristics. One of them is they should see fear of failure as motivating rather than demotivating. In Universitas Andalas, we have established entrepreneurial ecosystem, especially after 2017. I will let you know some context of our university. We have 1,500 lecturers and researchers, 140, nearly 140 professors. Interestingly, we have approximately 200 innovative products in the last 3 years. So again, the most difficult one is how to make certain that we can transform these 200 innovative products into commercialization. And this is very difficult. This is actually one of the most difficult tasks for incubators to make sure that these 200 innovative products can enter commercialization phase. This is the current incubator team. This is the business incubator in Universitas Andalas. As you can see that we have one particular building that is designed to become business incubators, and this is our green campus, Universitas Andalas. Hopefully one day you can come to visit us, our green campus. We have 20 tenants, and currently most of them are odd-wall tenants. This means that they are not located in this incubator. They are outside of the incubators. Previously, we have 5 in-wall tenants. This means that these 5 tenants located in our business incubators building. This is our current tenant. As you can see here, we have some tenants. I consider them as low-tech startup, low technology startups. For example, Parewa. Parewa is like a coffee shop. Madunesa is Madunesia focus on bee honey products and derivatives. Kosin is the application that connects farmers and investors. Larva Eco focuses on green technology, like and Bukit Gompong is focusing on like organic farming and organic foods. And again, I consider all of them relatively low technology startups, and I think this is good, especially for the short term. In terms of short-term perspectives, in terms of short-term perspective in universitas analysis, this can be good because all of them can have like profitability and sustainability. You don't have to have high technology startups. What you need for now is role model that can represent entrepreneurship characteristics. And for now, I consider that these low tech startups can fulfill that role. I think it is also interesting to note that it is important to have collaboration with especially local governments and business incubators, universitas analysts need to focus on this as well. For example, in West Sumatra, we have like sentra rendang or rendang cluster. I think in Malaysia you also have rendang. In West Sumatra we also have rendang, and I think it is important for business incubator to work together with the sentra rendang to like to innovate, to work together with them to innovate. Unfortunately, I think until now, business incubators, innovators Andalas, still not proactively join this sentra rendang. So I argue that in the near future, business incubators not only focus on innovative products come from the universities, but business incubator also need to focus on some businesses that is related to the context of the local products such as rendang in the context of West Sumatra. So I conclude this presentation with some points to consider. The first one, business incubators Andalas, like having incubators dilemma from scratch or established startups. I argue that business incubator universitas Andalas need to balance between nascent entrepreneurs and startups. So from scratch and from established startup, they need to have both of them. Combining both of them will be beneficial because nascent entrepreneurs can learn something from startups, and startups can like sharing their knowledge into their college. So I think it is also very important for business incubators, especially business incubator universitas Andalas, to have a selection, particular selection, and from incubation process, including and post incubation. For example, in terms of selection, as I mentioned previously, it is very important to have like right selection that can attract new young generation that have particular characteristics. As it is also important to include alumni industry to accelerate the business incubator program. And during crisis and post-pandemic crisis, I think business incubator Universitas Andalas has transformed itself from traditional or conventional business incubators into e-incubation and focusing on outward tenants. And this is also number 5 is also the incubators dilemma, whether business incubators Universitas Andalas focuses on research-based products or market-based views, something like that. And it is very important also to benefit from graduated tenants so that they can share the knowledge into the existing or current tenants. I also argue that business incubator Universitas Andalas still has no clear exit strategy. So there are some tenants that intentionally prolong their stays in incubation process because they want to be protected, something like that, to have some incentive. So I think this is very important for business incubators to have clear exit strategy. And evaluating startup is also important. Post incubation is also important because we want to evaluate whether in terms of post incubation, these startups can have like profitability and sustainability. And as I mentioned previously, it is also important for business incubators to focus on psychological states, including fear of failure and entrepreneurial well-being, especially during crisis. And combining, this is also, I think, one of the most important factors in order to make sure that business incubators in Universitas Andalas can have like better performance is that we need to combine resource-based view, knowledge-based view, and market-based view. For example, in West Sumatra, we have Gambir-based products. Gambir-based products. 60% of Gambir in the world come from West Sumatra, but unfortunately, we are still not able to produce some derivatives from Gambir, such as cosmetics. You know that Gambir can be like tanning products, which is very popular. One of the most famous cosmetics in Western countries is tanning products, right? But of course not in Indonesia or Malaysia. But we are still not able to commercialize this kind of products. So we need to combine natural resource-based view, natural resources, and knowledge-based view, and most importantly, market-based view. So I also argue that for now, I think Universitas Andalas need to focus on low tech, which can result in like quick wins, so they can become startup, can become role models. So in the long run, we can expect high tech entrepreneurship from Universitas Andalas. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Donat. Yes, we do have many Minang restaurant here in Malaysia. But of course, some of my friends here says that it will not be similar to what we have if we went to the restaurant in Indonesia itself. All right?
Yeah, the same with nasi lemak here.
All right. So, Dr. Donat, okay, just a very quick response. We actually have few questions here, but a very quick response from you, okay? Because right now we are 11:08. We are supposed to go for a short break after this. So very quick. Okay, the first question. Who is actually funding the business incubators? Is it from the alumni, the industry, or the university? The funding.
Yeah, unfortunately, for now we are heavily dependent on funding from universities.
I see. All right.
In the near future, I expect that this will come from alumni industry, right? That's the other type of business incubator.
All right. So the second questions. Okay, we need to be very quick. Okay, what are the criteria and selection mechanism used by Universitas Andalas to participate in this incubator program?
Yeah.
Okay.
It,
What are the criteria and selection?
Yeah,
How to
the first-
participate?
the first one, the startups or future entrepreneurs should have like business plan, short business plan that contains their creative business ideas. That's the most important one.
Okay. So meaning that they need to produce a business plan first.
Yep.
All right. So I think that's all that we have for now. Thank you very much, Dr. Donat, for joining us here this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have completed our morning session of the symposium, and we shall have a short break, and we shall continue at 11:15. Thank you. Welcome back. Let us continue our session on Pillar 6, Engaging Alumni. To begin the session, we would like to invite our next speaker, Associate Professor Datin Sri Dr. Nazura Muhammad Sayuti, Director of Industry, Community and Alumni Network ICANN Alumni Network Center, University Teknologi Mara Malaysia, Datin Sri Dr. Nazura. Are you there, Datin?
I'm here.
All right. Okay, so this morning, Datin will share with us energizing alumni engagement, outreach and data management initiative. So without further ado, please welcome Datin Sri Dr. Nazura.
All right. So if I say the secretary can share the slides for me. Thank you. Okay. All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone who are here with us today with this symposium on strategy and transformation management for tertiary education. My name is Nazura Sayuti. I am the director of Alumni Network Center from the Office of Industry, Community and Alumni Network. Okay, today is basically my presentation today is basically on sharing, our best practices in engaging with our alumni, and just for your information, UITM is the only public university where the Alumni Network Center is being structured under the Office of Industry, Community and Alumni Network, whereas the other 19 public universities, in Malaysia, their Alumni Network Center are being structured under the Student Affairs, So by the end of probably my sharing session, probably you would be able to see why, it is strategically in UITM, it is strategically structured, under the office ICANN. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, let me first share with you the functions of Alumni Network Center. Basically, we are taking the role of intermediary between universities and alumni to stimulate continuous strategic relationships. So this is where we are actually bridging. We are bridging our alumni, which is spreading all over Malaysia and in fact across the world. We are bridging these alumni, individual alumni, probably group of alumni, probably industry, with UITM. Secondly, our function is to promote income generation for university through our activities, with alumni. So we are not endowment unit. We are actually, our function is actually, we are enabler. We see ourselves as enabler to ease alumni, to make contribution, whether it is monetary or not monetary, to UITM. Okay, the third function is maximizes the social capital of alumni in academic activities, students, and also community services. So this is actually how we function, how we get our alumni to come back, to UITM through their sharing session activities and also other contributions. Probably it's not in probably in kind contributions, And finally, our function is to build and update university alumni databases in collaboration with faculties, campuses, and alumni associations. I have to mention alumni associations because UITM is the biggest university when it comes to numbers of alumni. So what we can see here is that there goes the days
Boleh cik ada mic tak mute ke?
UITM or we seek financial funding from alumni. We want to run away from that perspective. We don't want people or our alumni when we meet them, it's just for the money purposes. It is not that. So even though we know that financial assistance is important to the university, but it is not our main agenda, yeah, of this engagement or our alumni engagement. Yeah. Okay, having said that, okay, next slide, please. Having said that, okay, being the biggest university with the largest number of alumni, our challenge is definitely to reach this large number of alumni. They are everywhere. Yeah. So if you refer to this dashboard, this is the latest one that we got. Yeah. Just focus on the big numbers, which is the total alumni, which is 710,807. So that is actually the number of alumni that UiTM has at the moment. And this is based on Malaysian identification number, the 12-digit Malaysian identification number. Yeah, whereas that graduate, which is 1,062,594, is actually our graduate, the scrolls that we have produced. For example, if our alumni, they completed their diploma, their degree, in fact, their postgrad with UiTM. So they have 3 scrolls or 4 scrolls probably. So that is how it accumulates to the number of graduate, which is they have completed their programs, yeah, the academic programs with UiTM. So we just focus on these 2 numbers, 2 big numbers, yeah. And this is where our challenge begins, where how are we going to reach out this 710,807 number of our alumni. All right, next one, please. Okay, on top of this, I did mention about alumni associations. Yeah, being the biggest university, we do have 41 alumni associations registered with ROS and were endorsed by our executive, yeah, our management executive university. Yeah, out of that 41 alumni associations, yeah, they are actually 22 is actually from the faculties, 10 from campuses, and 9 by programs. And these are the 41 which we tracked, and probably we can have more. In fact, I believe that there are many more alumni associations which are being established. It's just that not being informed. We were not being informed about that, right? But still, we open up not only to these 41 alumni associations, but we are encouraging all those alumni association outside there to come to us, to work with us, yeah, in terms of probably organizing programs, yeah. So here, what we can see here is that even though we have this 41 alumni, we don't dictate all these alumni associations, yeah. We allow these societies to run their own programs and activities. Yeah, this is how actually we engage with the alumni. We acknowledge them. Yeah, we acknowledge their programs. In fact, some of the programs we organize it for them. Yeah, we organize together with them, not for them. We organized, yeah, in collaboration. Yeah, in collaboration with them. Right. So. So what we can say is that our alumni is not only individuals. Yeah, it's not only individuals, but also association, right? Okay, the next one, please. Okay, the word energize alumni engagement here. Yeah, why energize? All right. Okay, we believe that we need a new formula on how we want to reach different generation, different classes, different batches, different years of our alumni. Just imagine UiTM first convocation is in 1964. Yeah, we do have our alumni earlier comes from earlier batches. So we need to inject new ideas, new initiatives. Yeah, we need to add colors lah. Basically, we need to add colors, no longer a touch and go programs. Yeah, but we want a programs which can like touch and stay with them. We need a sustainable programs which can be sustained. Yeah, so that is how we make ourselves visible. We need to strengthen our engagement, yeah, for visibility with what we call here in Malay, sorry for those who are not in Malay, this is just the term Majlis Alumni University Awam. This is actually under Ministry of Higher Education. We work closely, yeah, with the Ministry of Higher Education, agencies, and also stakeholders. Yeah. On top of that, yeah, we also organize programs. We organize programs with internal and external entities. Internal activities is actually UiTM itself. Yeah. For example, we work closely with library. We work closely with our infrastructure and infrastructure center. We work closely with our Islamic affairs centers. Yeah. Because all this actually, it is not for us, it is actually for the alumni to experience, yeah, what actually programs that we are organizing for them. We want them to feel the sense of belonging, come back to us, and we want to create as many moments of truth throughout the engagement, yeah, with our alumni. So alumni experience is very important. That is where I mentioned on creating more moment of truth, yeah, throughout their experience, yeah, with us, with UiTM. All right. And last but not least, outreaching our young alumni. So remember, our alumni comes from different batches. So we are worried that these young alumni, once they leave UiTM, they will just leave like that. So we need to hook them. We need to get them in. We know that this is the time, this is not the harvesting time. This is actually the planting time with these young alumni. So what we can see here is that our approaches, our initiatives varies, yeah, to attract those different generations, which are our alumni, which comes from different batches, different years, and different generations. Yeah. So let us move on to our initiatives. Yeah, Alumni Network Center initiatives. Okay. In my office, in Alumni Network Center, we have 2 units. One is on focusing on engagement, alumni engagement. The other unit is focusing on alumni data management, but they don't work independently. They are actually dependent, yeah, each other. So it's just that they have different portfolios, but definitely we link it up. Whatever that we engage, we bring it back, yeah, to alumni data management unit for the unit to update the database. So what we start off with normally with outreach. Yeah, our alumni outreach and talk series, our alumni with industries and communities, and we provide this grant 7K, yeah, 7,000 grant to our campuses and our faculties, yeah, just to motivate them to run, to organize programs with alumni, yeah, related to alumni. So last but not least is the Tabung Alumni Prihatin RM5. This is just one brand. We create this branding. It is actually, we engage, we get contribution as small as 5 ringgit, yeah, to assist our B40 students. All right. Okay, for alumni data management, we have My Alumni UiTM virtual card, alumni benefits, alumni business listing, and alumni giving. I will share it with you all in our next slide. Okay, let us begin with alumni outreach. The next slide, please. All right, alumni outreach and talk series. I just summarize it in just one slide. Yeah, but I will share with you what are the programs that we have initiated and probably in our pipeline. Yeah. Okay, this alumni engagement is not limited to individual alumni. We work with our association as well. Yeah. Alumni outreach, where we go out, we seek our alumni with the assistance of our industry network center and also community network center, right? Because we know that our alumni is everywhere in the industry. So once we get them, yeah, we network with them, so we call them back, yeah, for a simple program like talk series. So we call it talk series by prominent alumni. They can be CEO, they can be CEO, or probably managing director, or probably entrepreneurs. Yeah, they come back and share their experience, in fact, their career path, yeah, with the current students in the program, right? Okay, we also outreach our SMEs. Yeah, our alumni, our SMEs, alumni, we call it alumni entrepreneurs. Yeah, and also in the pipeline is our international alumni. Yeah, our international alumni is basically from our postgraduate studies. Yeah, they have completed our postgraduate studies. Another initiative under this alumni outreach is the appointment of alumni ambassador based on their expertise. And this is where we encourage campuses and faculties to track, to trace their own alumni based on their expertise, because we know alumni are normally closer, their heart is closer to where they study, the programs, the campuses. So they should contribute. If they want to contribute, they will contribute specifically to the program or to the campuses or to the faculties. So we are actually working with our faculties and campuses, yeah, to seek, to source, to track, to trace these alumni and give them the opportunity, yeah, to contribute in terms of knowledge sharing. So we need to acknowledge, yeah, our alumni expertise. Yeah, so basically from there, we are not only working with our own UITM network, but also we work with other public universities as well. Because under this Majlis Alumni University Awam, which is under the Ministry of Higher Education, we have another 19 public universities. So we always do benchmarking, we learn from each other. Yeah, in fact, we collaborate some programs together, right? Okay, that is one alumni outreach talk series. Okay, another one is I can add industry or community. Okay, this is where we just established, yeah, alumni UITM at Maybank. Yeah, just recently we established, because we know that our alumni at industry is a lot. In fact, at Maybank itself, Maybank has about 22,000 employees. Yeah, 4,000 is actually our alumni. Yeah, like Bank Negara Malaysia, they have about 3,000 staff. 800 is actually our alumni. So we are actually reaching out in industry by industry, and we do programs with them. Yeah, we are planning a lot of programs with them, and we want them to actually contribute back, yeah, to UITM. So in our pipeline is Bank Negara Malaysia and also CIMB. So every year we have to have plans, yeah, which industry that we want to go. Normally that is how we network closely with this industry. For agencies like AADK, yeah, we are actually planning for this entry drug squad. Yeah, with Maybank we already done, yeah, programs like beach cleaning, zakat and wakaf is in the pipeline for our alumni to contribute back to zakat and wakaf. Yeah, we do have also, we engage with V5. That is actually our alumni, yeah, who owns that V5 company. Yeah, and also research program with Felda. So once we start the networking, yeah, they are willingly, to collaborate in terms of getting the staffs who are alumni UITM to get on board, with the programs. Okay, that is alumni industry. Alumni program 7 cake run. Okay, this is something which I can see that other universities haven't done that. Where campuses and faculties are given 7,000 grant. This grant is allocated for them to organize programs, related with alumni. Any program, sharing session with alumni. They can use the 7,000 grant. That is how we motivate our campuses, our faculties to track their alumni and run or organize programs with them. Besides that Tabung Alumni RM5, this is one platform where we work with Bursary UITM in providing one platform for alumni to contribute as low as RM5. This is actually with the objective to help the B40 students. So every campuses, once they have collected this, from the contribution from the alumni, they can use that to assist their own students. If, for example, Campus Melaka, they can assist students who are in needs in Campus Melaka. Right? They don't have to go through our office. We already planned nicely. We already have formalized the procedure with Bursary UITM. Right? So to ease the process, actually. All right, next one. Okay, basically these are some of our activities, outreach and talk series. Next one, we do have engagement. We plan every month. We plan to have one talk series, one outreach where we go out. Talk series normally we'll invite them to the campus, to the university. We sharing knowledge basically. Okay, next one. Another example of talk series, these are all our alumni. Probably they are not prominent to Malaysia, but they are prominent to us. They are prominent to UITM because we are starting to get them back to alma mater. For example, our Encik Muhammad Amirul Hafiz, he is the head of new media at MCMC. So we get him back to just give a talk on nurturing future CEOs. Right? Okay, next one. This is another talk series that we have done with Kashfi Zulkufli. He is a very prominent fashion designer, and this is a program where we collaborate with UITM Library. Okay, next one. Just want to show you with some of the examples, some of the programs that we have done. Not limited to whatever that I showed you today in slides, but actually many more. So this is with our CEO, Managing Director, Group CEO, Kumpulan Peransa. The next one. Okay, this is one program with Ministry of Higher Education where we provide a platform for our entrepreneurs, for our alumni entrepreneurs to display their products and services probably at this convention. Okay, next one. Okay, this is where we always do this during Ramadan, and with different sets of alumni. This is actually to strengthen a relationship between our top management with top management of UITM with alumni. We led our top alumni to get closer to our top management, and in fact, this year, in fact, during Ramadan, we assist our rumah anak yatim, right? No, Tafiz. Okay, next one. Okay, this is where we work closely with our association, 41 association. This platform is actually, we provide this town hall, which we are doing it like twice a year or at least once a year. So we gather all the 41 presidents of from the 41 alumni associations to discuss on the direction of alumni engagement, and also to strengthen how can we strengthen that engagement, how can we inject new programs, new ideas, new innovative ideas in getting more alumni to join us, yeah, to come back to UiTM. Okay, next one. Okay, this is something which probably other universities haven't done. Yeah, every convocation we will invite between 20 to 40 alumni which are recommended by campuses and faculties. Yeah, so we let them experience, come back to us during convocation and experience during the alumni parade, and they are given special treatment as alumni, invited alumni. So the special treatment is the luncheon with our chancellor, yeah, and getting close, up and close personal with our vice chancellor. So this is where they are actually networking. They are building their networking as well, right? Okay, next one. Okay, this is the biggest achievement from our office, where we have history has been recorded, yeah, in the Malaysian Book of Records with 2 recognitions. Yeah, so we work closely with Department of Community UiTM Convocation, yeah, Students and Record. We work closely with them, so we managed to get these 2 recognitions, which is the largest number of scrolls and also the highest number of scrolls awarded, yeah, to our vice chancellor. Okay, next one. All right. Okay, being the largest university, the oldest university, the largest university, we haven't celebrated any of these alumni days. So last year, December 19, last year was 2022. Our vice chancellor has announced, yeah, 19 December as our alumni day. Yeah, UiTM Alumni Day. Why 19 December? Because 19 December is the first convocation of alumni in 1964. So we are going to have more programs, yeah, related to this to celebrate this 19 December. So can we move on to data management, please? Okay, next one. Next one. I will just skip next one. I have explained about this, the Quran. Next one. Okay, next one. All right. Enhancing alumni data management. It's okay. Next one. The next slide. The next slide, please. Okay, under data management, what is interesting is that we UiTM, we introduced this My Alumni UiTM virtual card. What do they get? Definitely, alumni, they have to register with this alumni virtual card. They have to register themselves, providing their current designation and so organization. This is for our to be used for our engagement later on. Okay, definitely they will ask, why do they need to register with this My Alumni UiTM virtual card? Is virtual card. Yeah, actually from the virtual card, our initiatives is actually we get industry to provide benefits to those alumni, to UiTM alumni who has registered, yeah, with this virtual card. So we do have in the virtual card itself, we do have alumni benefits. You can see the list of alumni who industry, yeah, who offers benefits to our alumni. We also promote our alumni businesses, and also there is one platform where alumni can do, or can we call it alumni giving. They can contribute back through this platform, alumni giving. So next one, just want to share you with what we offer UiT with virtual card, what we offer to our alumni. Yeah, this is actually like a sweetener to our alumni, where how we attract our alumni to come back to us, yeah, to start engaging with us. This is what we offer, yeah, our alumni. Next one. So once they register with UiTM virtual card, they can get Starbucks, yeah, for 10% discount. They can get 15% discount from Zeus. In fact, they can fly, discounts. If let's say they fly with Mars or Firefly, they can get discounts with university, UPSC unit, UiTM private specialist clinics. Yeah, they can get discounts. They can also get a lifetime library membership for just 10 ringgit. Yeah, many more is actually in the pipeline. For example, we are working with Callisto glasses, spectacles company, optometry company. They are in the process, in the pipeline now. Yeah, we are actually another one is Watson products. Yeah, GVC products from sell at Watson. Yeah, so we are working closely, and it is ongoing. Yeah, that is how we network with alumni. Alumni come back to UITM. So it is like alumni giving to alumni, alumni giving back to university and to the students. So probably next one, I think all right, this is our ongoing program to celebrate especially we have two or three big events. Yeah, for example, like Malaysian Public University Alumni Awards. Yeah, that will be held in September. So we are actually tracking our alumni, prominent alumni. We nominate them. Yeah, we want at least our alumni to win at least one or two awards, big awards here. Yeah. So we also have alumni fun run, alumni homecoming, alumni outreach, and alumni data cleaning. Okay, next one. Okay, this is all I think I have explained this. Yeah, it is ongoing. Yeah, I have explained all this. Next one. Okay, let me wrap up. Yep, my presentation today with this big event to celebrate UITM first alumni day, which will be celebrated 19 December 2023. So in 28 October 2023, there will be an UITM alumni fun run with the theme Run for Memories. And this is special event where the flag off will be done simultaneously throughout all campuses, throughout all campuses. So the flag off will be done simultaneously. So we expect about thousands our alumni to come back to us with this fun run about 3 kilometers to 8 kilometers, right? So yep, I think this is one big event. Follow-up soon will be our homecoming, where we will gather alumni all over Malaysia. Yeah, all over Malaysia, and in fact international alumni will bring them back, yeah, to UITM during this homecoming event probably in October with award as well. So basically that is actually from Alumni Network Center, what we have done, what we plan to do. Yeah, it is all our initiatives is to add more colors actually to our alumni engagement. We want to run away from that perspective that alumni, when we meet alumni, it is to get money, to get contribution from them. No, we are actually reaching out our alumni to tell them that this is what we can offer for you. Come back to us. Yeah, come back. And this is actually our planting years. We believe that in 3 to 4 years' time, that would be our harvesting years, where we would like to see more young alumni to come back and willingly to contribute whatever way to UITM. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Datin Sri Dr. Nazura, for a very comprehensive sharing on our UITM alumni. Okay, so very quick, let us go through the questions that I have here. Okay, so the first one, what are the initiatives to attract alumni to register in e-alumni?
Okay, it's what our initiatives. Okay, we are actually aggressively promoting it everywhere actually. Yeah. Okay, for now to reach, we have our social media. We do follow us at our Instagram, our Facebook. Yeah. And in fact, we are work closely with our for now, yeah, it's convocation. So it is everywhere. The link is everywhere. We try as much as possible to share the link. Yeah, it's like whatever platform that we have. right? Whatever meets, whatever programs that we have, we will share. We will have our booth. In fact, during our convocation, for the students when they get their ropes, we are there actually. So we are basically just follow us on our social media. All information, updates are in our social media. In fact, with staffs as well. We already engage with all our campuses and faculties. We are actually sharing the link on how to register with all the campuses and faculties. Let them reach out their alumni. All right, in whatever way, social media especially.
All right. Okay. One last questions. Postgraduate and international. Are they coming back to us as alumni?
Okay, this is where we have this issue, a bit slight problem. Yeah, it is because our international alumni, when they register as student, they are using actually their passport number. So at the moment, passport numbers, they can, once they change their passport, they renew the passport, the number will be different. All right. So with international alumni, we are reaching out them with their email. So that will take time. So we are working closely with our Office of International Affairs and also our postgraduate studies, to reach them. Yeah.
All right. So I think that's all. Thank you very much, Datin Sri, for joining us this afternoon. Still morning, 11:52. Okay. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our final speaker of the symposium, we have with us Dr. Pavali Chomporatrit Titanakyat from Chiang Mai University, Thailand. Dr. Pavali, are you with us?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so Dr. Pavali will be talking about engaging industry, community, and alumni as strategic partner in Thailand. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Pavali.
Let me share the slide. All right. Can you see my slide very well?
Yes, we have your slide on the screen.
Okay. Well, thank you for the organizer to invite me to be the speaker here for today. And I believe that everyone have learned so many things about the strategy and transformation management for education. And for me, I would like to share with you about engaging industry, community, and alumni as strategic partner in Thailand. So why do we need strategic partnerships? Decreased government funding and the need to prepare students for new workplace expectations have universities looking more and more towards their corporate partners. Universities and the private sector have been working together for more than a century, but until the late 1980s, most relationships were based on significant financial gifts and in-kind donations. A company foundation would give donation to a university and of course, in return, would have more access to recruitment opportunities. In these relationships, it was typically the university approaching the company. So why do we need strategic partnerships? Higher expectations for universities and graduates. Now we realized that corporations are no longer content being one-sided donors. Corporations are more interested in setting up long-term business strategies with the universities. Higher performance expectations are being placed on recent graduates and practice should be. Together, these shifts in university-industry relationships require a change in how university-corporate relationships office operates. By starting the relationship at a common mission, strategic partnerships between universities and industry, and of course for the alumni and the community can build incremental trust through a variety of exchanges. For example, perhaps a technology company starts by providing a university classroom with the latest software that leads to better prepared graduates. This can lead to the company's desire to hire those graduates, which can create joint research opportunities, which can ultimately result in development of a shared facility that promotes economic growth for the local region. So I would like to share with you about the program for strengthening and transitioning the community during this post-COVID-19 that is created by my university, CMU. And in response to the COVID-19 economic turndown, CMU or our university has implemented reduced tuition and dormitory fees, is granting scholarships to affected students, and mitigating circumstances by establishing a student aid fund. The goal is to waiver dormitory fees and living expenses totaling over 715 million baht. Okay, and for the first program, the program number 1, our university volunteer plug and play, or the CMU local engagement plug and play. This program offers the opportunities to third-year students and unemployed graduates to improve skills, prepare for work, and engage in community with experts and volunteer community leaders. With a mentor team to give advice and also strengthen knowledge, the participants engage in plug and play learning on financial literacy, technology utilization from university, and also product development or marketing and supply chain matching. The program can accommodate up to 750 students and graduates and allows participants to enhance their knowledge, develop production processes, and added sustainable business value to about 77 communities. So that's how we engage the communities for the first program. And for the second program, learning and working with CMU through the project number 2, Job Creation Project, sponsored by Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research, and Innovation. So the program can accommodate up to 3,000 unemployed people and those laid off from work due to COVID-19 and allows them to earn an income by providing opportunities to work with departments within the Chiang Mai University, such as the research assistants, operating staff support, and also coordination staff. And for the third program, program number 3, create a startup business with CMU or CMU startup. This is to provide the opportunity for the final year student and also the alumni, which is the unemployed graduates, through the process of creating startup in agriculture and food, health, creative and social business. This effort has already registered more than 30 companies. So this is how we engage the alumni as well as the community during the post-COVID-19 for the program number 3. For program number 4, CMU Know-how for All, or we call it to enhance the skills with knowledge, and it is focused on research and technology. Technology is ready to be transferred to the community from the faculty. For example, the bee product processing the production of pineapple fiber woven cloth, or the development of edible natural coatings for products, and for the food product development, etc. A group of community enterprise have the knowledge and ability to leverage their distribution channels across multiple platforms. So this can help them as well, help the community. And for the last program, the fifth program, increase product value via the CMU pilot plant for value added plan by utilizing two of Chiang Mai University's infrastructures. The first infrastructure is innovative food fabrication pilot plant. It is to support the development of agricultural products and solve the problem of oversupply. Adding value through standardized production processes, this has been successful in helping the farmers with oversupply by accepting mango purchases and processing them into crispy mango products or mango syrup, mango puree. Study and research added value to the product, of course. And for the second infrastructure, it is a prototype plant to eliminate insects and insect eggs with radio frequency technology. We usually use it with the rice, and it can rise the level of safety for Thai rice in the region and provide security analysis service to build confidence with packaging that meets consumer needs. It is ready to be tested on the market, and it is available for purchase in our innovative or our Inno store at the Northern Science Park in Chiang Mai province. So with the support of the Ministry of Education and the project to enhance the technology, agreement value, and expand research with a prototype factory, it is expected that 5,500 people can be employed from 210 communities, bringing 150 products to market with 50 new SME startups. So here is an example which can be the role model for the program to strengthen and transition the community during the post-COVID-19 era from our university. All right, so for the next, here is the Corporate Communication Center and Alumni Relations from our university. And this center was established by combining employees under the Public Relations Department, Central Division, and Alumni Relations Center University Office with a vision to be a leader in integrated communications that operate according to the strategy of Chiang Mai University to support the policy to drive proactive corporate communications, both domestically and internationally, by having a unit responsible for the efficient integration of related missions. And here is the first mission, brand communication. It is about the Center for News and Public Relations Service at the university to communicate the policies of the management, strategic missions, and various activities to the university community and the public by focusing on proactive public relations to enhance a strong image in line with the direction of the administration of the university. And for the second mission, alumni and public relations, of course, it will enhance the identity of the community and former students of CMU to create awareness and pride in being Chiang Mai University. And also to build a PR alliance to achieve board cooperation. And we have done so many activities. This is just a recent activity from our university in this picture in here. Right. So for the next is the industry engagement. This is an example of one of our program in our university, in major university. And as you can see here, we have brought the company officer to come to the university to share the knowledge and the requirement to be the worker, to work with them. And this is the program that has been funded from the higher education and from the government. The student can learn a lot from the company, and also they can get the inspiration from the company as well. Here is another project that we have done with the industry. The company that doesn't have the packing house, our packing house has the certification for packing the food or vegetable to sell it in the supermarket. We got the certificate for that. So the company has contacted us to repack their mango in order to sell in the supermarket. And of course, the students help with the project, so they can learn on how to pack the product as well. Moreover, we also have so many activities that have done with the industry. For example, here, the packing house, the industry can come here and learn how to prepare or how to organize the packing house in order to get the certificate. For example, the GSP or the HACCP certificate. And we also have the fumigation center, and we also got the certificate for good fumigation practice. In Thailand, especially in the northern part of Thailand, we grow a lot of longan, and it needs sulfur dioxide fumigation in order to prolong its shelf life. So the farmers or the community can come here, visit us, and ask us to do the fumigation for them. And here is in the picture. And for this picture is for coating the seed. We also have the equipment to dry the seed and also to coat the seed for prolonging its shelf life as well. And the company usually contact us and ask to help. Another engagement activity from the industry is to ask them to show or to provide the knowledge in the industry part. And here is an example in the class. The student got a chance to learn from the industry on how to manage the water loss or the water management and the energy management in the industry, the noodle industry. Here is another activity. We also, for the professor, we also have a chance to work with the industry through the research. Normally, industry will ask the faculty or ask the university to prove or to solve the problem. And also here for this project, for my project, we develop the product, which is the functional product, the wonton and functional ramen, by using the red kidney bean flour. And it is also tested with the rat, the diabetic rat, and to see the result from the blood, from the rat blood. And of course, the company cannot do that for this laboratory. We help them to prove that this product is good for the consumer. It's another. All right. So here is the community engagement. Universities are important centers of expertise and facilities. which can provide vulnerable service to the local community. We often think about the high-level research we perform, creating innovative technologies and clinical treatments, and the knowledge we pass on to the next generation of industry leaders. So these are important in supporting national and global development. We often overlook the simple ways in which universities can use their gifts to help people. And of course, the government fund so many projects for the university, give the seed money for the university to help the local people or to help the local community. This is an example, an extension work that I work with the local community for adding value to Longan. As I mentioned earlier, in the northern part of Thailand, where Chiang Mai University is, we grow a lot of Longan, so it is important to adding the value to the Longan, especially the Longan that has low grade that cannot be sold a lot. And of course, during the season when we have so many Longan, the price drop, and we need to add value to the Longan. So I help them to create a product which is the steam bun by using Longan. Here is another community engagement, and we ask the student for helping the community, and they, of course, the student will have a chance to engage with the community, to learn from the community as well. And these two pictures is when the professor help to prepare the student, and these two pictures on the bottom is the activity. During the activity when the student helps the kids to learn on how to prolong the shelf life of the flower. All right, so here is another engagement, which is the academic services and community engagement from the Faculty of Social Science, CMU. Academic services that work continuously with the communities and local administration organizations, for example, village of ethnic groups in the Upper North region. Research and academic service can keep academics informed about the problems of the affected community from development projects and government policies such as problems of arable land rights and negotiation of ethnic communities that will lead to problem analysis and find solutions together with the community, including being able to provide policy recommendations to the government sector as well. So the knowledge gained by the community from academic services can be performed or can be promoted to become a model community to cope with various problems effectively, and can also be expanded to other areas such as a disaster risk management project to build capacity of communities to resilience from small dangers. Here is another community engagement that I would like to share. It is the project from my colleagues from agroindustry, from Faculty Agroindustry. He worked with the Thai Lu community, as you can see here in the picture. They help creating the brochure online and with the social media. As you can see here, they use the Procreate to create the culture, travel, as well as creativity, social media, and digital art, and also provide the QR code by using the QR code generator. And here is example picture for the map. Normally here is the Google map, and this is the original lab from the local community, which is Thai Lu community. And here is the online map created by the student. This is the output from the program that my colleague has done. So the map brochure also come with the QR code, as you can see here. So it's modernized the original map to help the community. Here is another activity from this program. So she transfer or she alter the original or the traditional Thai snack to be a new style by using food styling to make it more value. So they added value by using the food styling. And also they use the clip video to promote the community, to help the community. And here is the picture before workshop. As you can see here, that is normal plate. But after the workshop, they use the food styling. It looks more appearable. Here is the digital image created by students after workshop. So it looks more cute. All right, so here is another community engagement for my colleagues as well. We have Miang. Miang is the tea leaf. Miang is the tea leaf. Tea leaf have long been used in Lan Na Kingdom or in the northern part of Thailand, mostly chill for energy and as a plate cleanser. Following a meal as its caffeine strength, it is in fact twice of the caffeine strength, even more than that, even like 3 times more than coffee. For centuries, an integral part of the cultural fabric of the region. This superfood, Miang, the tea leaf, through research at the Chiang Mai University, it is now proving to have many health properties ranging from preventing cancer to be rich antioxidants. So where is Miang from? Having taken it up on themselves to introduce Miang to the world, my colleague had been studied Miang in a deep and a new perspective. Not many people realize that Miang is in fact from the forest tea. It is very important, and it is very has so many advantages. So Miang now has been seen as a fading tradition when in fact it couldn't be more suited to the modern world. That is why this center is working to develop new products from Miang, such as here the drink, and this is the shower gel and the bakery product, as well as this is the beauty product. It is even working with the Department of Material Science to use these tea leaf or Miang microorganisms to produce lactic acid in order to create bioplastic. All right, so that's all an example that I would like to share on how to engage the alumni, how to engage the community and industry in Thailand. So thank you for your kind attention.
So thank you very much, Dr. Pavali, for your sharings. And here it is almost lunch time. So looking at the Thai cuisine actually makes us hungry here. All right. Okay. But we do have questions for you. Okay. The first one. Do Chiang Mai University use plantation as the mode of income generation for the university? If yes, do alumni and industries are involved here?
Yes, of course, we have a lot of plantation, but actually Chiang Mai University is the university that is the main medical school as well. So I would say both medical school and the plantation. And of course, if you would like to ask if the alumni or industry engaged with this plantation, we always work with the alumni and industry all the time, because if we would like to get the funding from the government, there is a section in the proposal, if we have the engagement with the industry or not, or the community or the alumni. And alumni usually is the industry part or the community.
So one final question for you. Is there any special commodities the university focusing based on the requirement by the ministry for this community service? Is there any special commodities the university are focusing based on the requirement by the ministry for this community service?
Actually,
Special
there
commodities.
is no specific community, but we do have, right now we have rice for our own in our university, and we usually focus on the raw material that is around our university, that's in the northern part of Thailand, and we would like to study for the clinical study to add on the medical part, so it will be more value to the product, right?
All right, so I think that's all. So thank you very much, Dr. Pavali, for joining us. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you ขอบคุณค่ะ
Alright. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, do I need to start again? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have completed a full 1/2 day round of interesting and meaningful discussions, perspective, and views of various topics related to our globally marketable University 2023. I would like to express my gratitude to all the esteemed participants, organizers, and attendees who have made this symposium on strategy and transformation management for tertiary education a success. Together, we have discovered the evolving landscape of higher education and the imperative for universities to be globally marketable. The insights shared and the knowledge exchanged during this symposium have empowered us to adapt, innovate, and create educational experiences that prepare students for success in a rapidly changing world. We applaud the remarkable effort of our speakers for their expertise, thought leadership, and passion for higher education. We also extend our heartfelt appreciation to the attendees for their engagement, curiosity, and willingness to embrace change. To the organizers, thank you for your impeccable execution and unwavering dedication. The success of the symposium will become a catalyst for transformative ideas in higher learning institutions. Before we end the symposium, let us capture the moment together. So, ladies and gentlemen, can you please turn on your camera? So, Secretariat, please get ready.
Ready? Okay, ready? Right.
Okay, thank you all. As a concluding remark, let us carry forward the momentum and commitment to make UiTM globally marketable university for this year and get ready as a globally respectable university in 2024. To all UiTM participants, please fill in the feedback and attendance form. Thank you all for your participation. I am Nur Adam, signing off from the event. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Oke, terima kasih semua.
Thank you.